Minister, Deputy Minister, and all the Department of Home Affairs officials.
Recording in progress.
Morning to the CEO and the executive of Government Printing Works. Honorable members, we have scheduled last week to receive the annual report of both the IEC Government Printing Works and the Department of Home Affairs. We're not able to receive a presentation on DHA and Government Printing Works as a result of an apology that was presented to the committee, the minister, DM, the DG, and other executive of DHA that went to Geneva on the government assignment. I must indicate members that we're going to then receive these two briefings from the Government Printing Works and the minister and the DG on the annual performance in preparation for the BRRR. The IEC has presented their annual report. The Auditor General presented the outcomes of all the institutions, made comments on some of the issues, and members have interacted with the Auditor General. And some of the issues, members who may carry them to the Home Affairs and Government Printing Works, which you have interfaced with the Auditor General. We're going to now invite Mr. Matonsi, if there's apologies, and then I'll get indication from the minister if there are apologies, an introduction of the teams or colleagues that are in attendance for presentation of this reports. Mr. Matonsi.
Morning, Chair. From my side, I have not received any apology.
Okay. Noted. Members, is there any other apology? If you okay, Minister.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I would like DG to make a presentation of who is here, but Chairperson, because of the postponing of the meeting, as you said, we're in Geneva at the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees executive meeting, which could not take place for the past 2 years. Because of that, the BMA, the commissioners, all three of them, were engaged with stakeholders in meetings that have been pre-arranged, especially with Network and Labour, which was impossible to postpone because of today's event. And I took the liberty of asking them to stay away because both myself and the DG could answer some of the things that happened there because we are well versed with them. So that is the team you are going to miss, the commissioner and the two deputy commissioners. Otherwise, I'll ask the DG for Home Affairs officials because I'm not sure which one of them is not here.
Thank you, Minister. Director General.
Morning, Minister, morning, Chairperson, morning, Deputy Minister, and all honorable members. From our side, the team comprises the CFO, Mr. Gordon Olambi, Mr. Tulani Mavuso, DDG responsible for institutional planning and support, Mr. Thomas Sika, DDG responsible for civic services,
yes,
and then Advocate Constance Moise, DDG responsible for counter-corruption and security services, the CIO, Mr. Ntlantla Mabaso, the acting DDG HR, Dampane Molefes Fanyeto, and the acting DDG IMS, Mr. Yusuf Simons, as we know, is currently on leave. He's represented by Mr. Mudiri Matthews. And then from the ministry, it's the Chief of Staff, Mudubi Maiselakam Mdluli, Sia Toza, Mozi Njoko, Madiete Makua, and then from the DM's office, Senzo Zondi, and then Kayagazi. That's the team from Home Affairs. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Government Printing Works, Minister.
Yes, I will also allow the CEO to introduce her team here. Ms. Fossey, please.
Good morning, Chairperson, Minister, Deputy Minister, and members of the committee colleagues. Let me introduce the team from Government Printing Works. I've got the CFO, Mr. Ian van der Merwe, the Chief Director of Human Resources, Ms. Mudise. I've got Ms. Constance Shibambo, who's our Chief Audit Executive, Mr. Kuben Mudli, who's our Chief Director, Manufacturing and Engineering, and Mr. Sihleng Gubani, who's our Chief Director, Production Management. And those are the ExCo members from Government Printing Works. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Members, I want to propose that we start with the Government Printing Works.
Shit.
We then invite first.
Okay, fine.
Then we, sorry.
No, somebody was not muted, Chair. Just ask them to mute.
Then we deliberate, we deliberate after the two presentations have been made, so that we have enough time to deal with the two reports. Can I get an indication if that will be a proper approach, Honorable Mudise?
That is in order, Chair.
Honorable Kanyile? Honorable Lizel?
Sorry, Chairperson.
We are happy with that, Chairperson.
Okay.
I'm also
Honorable
in support. Thank you.
Honorable Mogale? Okay. Thanks. I think that will be the thanks, member.
Chair, I'm also here. Honorable Tito, thanks.
Yeah, yes. We're saying that we start with the two reports, then we deliberate after. Will it be with your comfort?
Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair.
Okay. Thanks, honorable members, for that guidance. We'll then, Minister, start with Government Printing Works. Then we'll come with the presentation of DHA, and then we'll deliberate after that. In that order, Minister, I'm inviting you to introduce both the reports. Thank you.
Yeah, Chair, let me introduce the report of the Government Printing Works. Chairperson, I think the highlights in this report, which you are going to receive, which I also believe you got from the Auditor General, is the loss of data that happened there when the IC system collapsed. And the hardest hit was the financial sector, was the financial section of the department in terms of lost financial data. That is what is going to be the biggest highlight here and what has been done. You remember that I put up that tribunal chaired by Advocate Mujangu Gumbi, who subsequently gave us a report on what actually happened. But the problem is the Auditor General audit on the basis of data. And you remember that the report said the data is not recoverable. There is no manner of recovering it. They just have to start rebuilding it, recollecting it, but that could not be completed before the audit was completed. And that's why the Auditor General then could not audit. And you know that when they don't audit, they give you a disclaimer until that data has been made available. So that is the main thing. But on the issue of Government Printing Works being liquid, that one you'll see from the report that collapse did not necessarily mean that it loses its liquidity. It's still liquid and it still have made a profit and it still have expanded out of South Africa into the other countries. That will also be presented to you. So I just thought maybe I need to put those opening remarks. And I personally met the Auditor General about this issue on how, because the Auditor General also requested the report of Advocate Mujangu Gumbi and read it and heard what has happened. And so our meeting was about how then do we move forward if data is lost and a department is audited without available financial data. What is the way forward? And what will happen when the data has been recreated, but the audit has passed? And the Auditor General said that is an issue that must be resolved between herself, Treasury, and Government Printing Works. And she took it upon herself that such a meeting will be organized by the Auditor General's office to discuss with this matter, because otherwise it happened in one financial year, but it might look recurring because it will affect the other financial year, since what you audit this financial year, you take up from the previous financial year. So I just want to report to the committee that the matter is being handled, is at the highest level of the Auditor General herself. But for now, what will be reported is what has happened during the audit, whereby the Auditor General could not audit books without any data. So I'll give over to CEO to take you through the report, Chairperson. Thank you.
Chairperson. Chairperson, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to share.
Yes, proceed, CEO. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson, I'm hoping that the screen is visible. Let me thank you, Chairperson, for this opportunity. I'm going to be presenting the report. Thank you, Minister, for the opportunity as well. Let me go ahead and present the report. Okay. This is just the table of contents. Would like to appreciate the opportunity to present this annual report to honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. As I've indicated, I'm accompanied by members of EXCO. I want to further acknowledge the support that we have received from the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs in its oversight role, because they provide guidance towards enhancement of our strategic goals, objectives, and plans. This annual report provides an account of GPW's performance against the strategic plan of 2020-2025, the APP, as well as the budget as approved by Parliament. The tabling of this annual report comes a year later than the scheduled time because of the failure in our systems, which was experienced on the 4th of February 2021, where the EVA hardware crashed, and that hardware hosted multiple servers containing critical data, including the tenders, the e-gazettes, our financial management system, emails, as well as other technical systems. The recovery of this data, as well as our systems, has been at the center of our focus and plans, just to make sure that we stabilize our ICT environment. And in our effort to do so, we called on different experts from the industry to support us in this endeavor. And to this end, I need to indicate that we've already appointed a team of experts to come and assist us stabilize the environment, and also focusing on the re-automation of both the e-gazette as well as the tender module. And we're hoping to have achieved this by the end of this financial year. On the ICT environment, particularly with regards to the issue of data loss, I just need to clarify something upfront, honorable members. The system crash and the data loss was experienced between the periods of 2021, in the 2020-2021 2022 financial, in the 2020-2021 financial year, because the first crash, as I indicated, happened on the 4th of February 2021. And the subsequent ones happened up until the 25th of March, with the last one on the 1st of April. And I need to indicate that when those happened, it just spans one solid financial year, which is from 4th February 2021 to 25th March 2022, which covers that financial year. However, I need to clarify as well that beyond the 1st of April, we never experienced another data loss or system crash, because during that financial year, the data that was lost covers the period of the previous financial year, because it started from the 19th of November 2019 into the February 2021. This essentially means that the knock-on effect of the data loss affected the current year under audit, because the data that was lost is the same one that would have been used to audit GPW's books for the 2020-2021 financial year, so that we could then have reliable schedules to back up our our annual financial statements. Since the 1st of April 2022 to date, GPW has never experienced any data loss. So that financial year is the one that was adversely affected by the system crash as well as the data loss. And the backdrop was that the information that was lost was also covering the previous year from 2019. As we know, AGSA, and the minister correctly pointed out, covers retrospectively the year before, the data from the year before, because they audited after the close of the financial year. So the data that could have been used to audit the 2020-21 financial year is the one that got lost when the system crashed and we couldn't recover it. However, one needs to mention upfront as well that that data that was lost that could have been used to compile the AFSs for 2020-2021 going forward has a knock-on effect on the following audits, because if you can't have reliable schedules to support the financial statements, it then carries a disclaimer because it's a limitation of scope going forward. And as a result, AGSA, when they audit, they can't find that data. And therefore, if we don't get an intervention that assists us in that regard, we then find that it recurs into the following financial years. Hence, you will see later when the CFO presents, we have actually put together a plan to assist us with the recovery of the data or reconstitution of the data, but we are also engaging with Treasury as well as the OAG and AGSA for advice going forward, such that the information that was lost should not have a negative impact on the audits for GPW going forward, because if we are not granted an exemption from the PFMA provisions on prior year findings based on accounting standards, this will recur into the next financial years, and it will look like we are perpetually losing data, whereas it's actually the knock-on effect of the data that was lost before. So I thought I should clarify this issue, that it is not like we have been losing data in perpetuity. It just happened in that financial year, but because the prior year data was also lost, it then has a knock-on effect on the auditing process going forward as well beyond now. We will see that even in the 2021-2022, we will still talk about the data loss, because the period when the data was lost also has a knock-on effect on the auditing of the 2021-22. The request for the exemption is not from submission of auditing reports, the annual financial statements. Is basically an exemption on the data that has been lost, so that the error from the prior period findings should not recur infinity into the next financial year in GPW. But I guess the CFO will also come in and specify some of the interventions that we put in place. I thought I should just pause here to clarify this issue, so that it doesn't really look like we are not doing anything, having learned from our first experience. We have learned, and there are measures in place just to make sure that that situation doesn't recur. I just want to continue to indicate that the migration plan has actually been developed and approved by EXCO, and we are in the process of implementing it to make sure that we turn around that ICT environment, restore all the operations towards the stability of our infrastructure, network, and systems so that we enable the successful backup as well as restoration of our applications and data. For this financial year, we have received approval from National Treasury to be audited on GRAP as opposed to the IFRS accounting standards for the financial year under review. We have actually committed ourselves to the attainment of set targets for the 2020-21 financial year, despite being hardest hit by the advent of COVID-19 pandemic. It needs to be noted that during the first quarter of this year, GPW could not print essential documents such as ID and traveling documents due to the lockdown restrictions. This was as a result of the temporary closure of DHA offices, which affected the demand for ID and travel documents because traveling was also closed. However, we remained open and we never closed during the lockdown period because we also had to produce all the requisite documents such as the government gazettes. When each stage of the lockdown was announced, we had to make sure that we gazette that and make sure that it's available for the public, as well as other critical documents which we were supposed to produce at the time. As a result of this, on average, we lost over half of our production capacity in this financial year. And it obviously affected our baseline because our revenue declined. It was therefore reduced from 1.55 billion to 745 million because departments were not able to go out and buy as they would normally do when there's no lockdown. Following the advent of COVID, DPME also issued a notice to say those departments which needed to reduce their targets were expected to do so. And we also joined the bandwagon and revised downwards 3 targets, which was the percentage of total workforce trained, because training was more physical and therefore migration into online activities was a bit hampered as we were actually beginning with that experience. The number of countries which we had to engage in view of our footprint expansion into SADC as well as the rest of Africa, as because the countries were closed and there was no traveling either in and out of the country, as well as the number of local customers that were supposed to be engaged. I need to indicate that as an organization, we've seen the revenue of 115 million in 2021, as opposed to the preceding year where we had seen 1.618 billion. During the year under review, we had declared a surplus of 2.4 billion to National Treasury in accordance with Treasury regulations. However, in line with their mandate, they then granted us permission to retain all our accumulated surplus so that we can continue to fund our capital project. And we really appreciated that because our asset recapitalization projects required that money so that we can achieve that target. An overall performance of 78% was achieved against the targets set for this financial year. I'm going to just go into the summary of the overall performance of GPW. For the year under review, we had set ourselves 18 targets. 14 of those were achieved and 4 were not achieved. I'm gonna try and delve into the status for the Office of the CEO, which is comprised of 2 offices, the ICT as well as internal audit. And the target for internal audit was achieved. However, 1 target for ICT, which is the system availability, was not achieved. I just need to talk a bit about this one. As an organization, we were asked before why we didn't move to 100%. And we did indicate that we've got frameworks that actually dictate the availability of our systems. And the ITIL framework actually provide guidance on how we should set targets on system availability. And we had to revise this one to 95.5 in view of the environment within which we operate. And this is an acceptable industry norm so that we can be able to recognize the dependencies that are there, such as system downtime, as well as the load shedding that normally would affect government departments. However, the reasons for us not achieving were as a result of the power failure that I've already mentioned that affected our systems, and we lost data, and there was no data backup at the time. We have mitigated this by ensuring that the backup is actually instituted in both our head office, which is for Pisagi and Bosman office, and there's multiple layers of backup just to make sure that we back up on the disk, as well as onto our tapes, as well as on the BCX environment. We are also able to save data, restore it, and we find it usable by the respective customers and as well as the internal staff. We have begun tech refresh or the infrastructure refresh, and that will be finalized in 2023, but the actual migration of the data, we're hoping that it will be finalized by 2024. The new data center collocation has already been identified, and the data center is built at our CSIR site to make sure there's remote backup both at CETA as well as the CSIR. The target for internal audit was overachieved. 15 out of the 16 approved audit activities were implemented, including 2 ad hoc reviews on the PPE as well as the review of the examination process. The operations and production branch had achieved all their targets, which means that all the identity cards, travel documents, examination papers were produced in line with clients' expectation as well as their specification and without any defects. The government gazettes were also published, and they conformed to the quality that we required. Despite the challenges that we had on the system crash, we reverted to a system that internally assisted us to ensure that we still produce the gazettes throughout the lockdown to date. The printing of high security certificates, including of firearm licenses, as well as the examinations have been produced as they conform to the client specification. In terms of strategic management, we had a target of engaging our local as well as international customers. I need to indicate that in view of this, we have indeed achieved the targets despite the challenges. We had to host some of them online. And in line with the customers, I just need to indicate that our customer engagement sessions have actually yielded much fruit because customers are able to give us feedback on the work that we're doing. To this effect, we've established the Back to Basics Committee, which focuses on customer complaints as well as compliments, and the reports are actually submitted to management for scrutiny and making sure that we respond to the customers. The countries have been engaged online as well as physically, and they visited the factory, and we managed to achieve the target. 100% business continuity management activities were also implemented. And the question might be, if you couldn't continue with your services at some point, how did you achieve this? The action plan focused on the BCM activities and the structures which had to be put in place. So to this date, incident management structures, emergency response, as well as the crisis management committees have been put in place. Meetings are being held to engage on the action plans on BCM. The testing of a DR site has also happened, and we also had a fire drill just to see how we would respond to the challenges. The security model that we've put in place is also implemented to make sure that we comply with the relevant ISO standards, and all the technical systems that we're supposed to put in place are actually implemented. The branch that was hardest hit was financial services due to the data loss, as I've explained initially at the beginning of my presentation, dating back to 2019. And when that data got lost, we found ourselves with information that couldn't be recovered. And as a result, it had a negative impact on finance, and 4 of their targets, which were set, only 1 was achieved. And those are the 3: the unqualified audit opinion for 2019, 10% net profit margin, as well as the completion of our master plan, which is the new headquarters in the Minar Street and Fisafa Street precinct. Mainly, the reasons for non-achievement of the targets in finance was as a result of non-availability of data. Management did what they could to recapture the data and restore it. And however, the subsequent data losses eroded that data, but we then put systems in place to make sure that going forward, that data is captured and then backed up so that we shouldn't experience any further challenges. The issue with the master plan, delays were experienced in our engagements with DPWI to facilitate finalization of the memorandum of agreement between themselves and the DBSA. And the infrastructure SA was also involved for intervention so that we can have progress. And I need to indicate that in the next report, we will see that progress had indeed been attained in that regard. Looking at the HR targets, it is important to note that we had 2 targets, and 1 target is actually helps us to look into the development of undergraduates, which we have been taking on board to train as our artisans, so that they can be a feeder group into our specialist group if they were to leave. And as a result, 20 unemployed graduates were supposed to be appointed together with the women, young people as well as the women, and we have overachieved the targets. Further to that, we were supposed to train 40% of our workforce, and that target was also overachieved because additional 58 were also trained in the production area. I'm going to hand over, Chairperson, through you to our CFO to take us through the next section. Thank you. Mr. van der Merwe, through you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair, if I may. So the audit outcome has obviously remained stagnant over the last 2 financial years, being a disclaimer. We managed to submit to the AG on the 31st of May 2021 the financials for 2021, and this was in the light of the losses that the CEO has explained. The audit report was finally signed off on the 20th of September only, and we tabled the annual report on the 30th. So the turnaround times were extremely quick, and yeah, the knock-on effect, as explained, will definitely be drawn through into the 21-22 financial year, as we have not received any kind of exemption, from National Treasury on this matter. So I'm not going to labor the issue of the data losses. Those dates are there, just to say that the knock-on effect is going to be felt in 21 and 22. Next slide. We'll see the next slide, please. So we looked at for the sake of this presentation, we looked at the percentages, and we made some comparison between the 1920 and 2021 figures. What you will see highlighted in red would then be what was the basis for this claim opinion from the AG. Again, I won't labor the reasons. I think it was presented, but I'll look at the variances. And then we'll also look at some of the figures based on the analysis of the financial statements and on the adjusted AFS after it was adjusted in accordance with what the AGSA has also presented. Next slide, please. So in terms of our statement of financial position, and especially on our property, plant and equipment, you will see that there was a 121 million variance from the 1 year from the 1920 to 2021 financial year, and that was mostly applicable to depreciation that was calculated. The AG has raised some matters on our asset register and the basis for depreciation, and we have been addressing it in the current financial year. Our intangibles had a write-off of the EcoZ system. That system was 100% automated and was totally lost. And there was a consensus that value had to be written off in the financials. So our non-current assets had a 132 variance from 1 year to the next, based on the reasons that has been given above. Next slide there. Inventories, very slow movements, and basically, Chair, you will understand that this was the COVID financial year. So due to the lockdown, our production was halted, and stock was not moving as it should. But having said that, inventories is one of the areas that we are looking at in particular going forward, and the way we're managing inventories. It's been an issue in prior years as well for the GPW. Our receivables, the increase essentially is also attributed to the countrywide disruption in business activities. We've had significant impact on our management of our debtors, and in particular on the ledgers and the sub-ledgers that pertain to our debtors. And although we have, and I'll speak to it in a little while, done some efforts in terms of data synchronization, it still becomes quite a big issue for us. The VAT was payable in 2021 and that's just a result of our trading activities. The issue of the cash and cash equivalents, and this is, I think, the issue that was raised by ministers, that we are still, very liquid in terms of our cash reserves and our cash available, and that's a result of our accumulated surpluses as well as cash in the bank, and sitting at about 2.3 billion, which gives us a current asset value of about 2.9 billion, which is quite, which is similar to what we had in the previous financial year. Next slide, please. The payables also had some impact. Two reasons, obviously because of the COVID, and there was some delay in the payment of our service providers. But we can honestly say that barring from one or two suppliers, where we've got disagreements on the invoices, we are paying within 30 days. The matter that was raised here again was the issue of the ledgers and sub ledgers. And although we've put some additional controls in place, obviously when it comes to drawing samples, the AG had an issue with that, and they couldn't draw samples from our ledger, which resulted in that disclaimer as well. The provisions are quite small, about 2 million difference on that. And the lease liabilities and others were very small movements. So our non-current liabilities our current liabilities are sitting about at 314 million rand, compared to the 152 of the previous financial year. Next slide, please. So our Divination reserve, and I think this is also part of our movement from IFRS to GRAP, shows no movement, and it basically should show no movement. And the same with the capital fund, as these were the funds that essentially set up GPW when the act was promulgated. The cumulative surplus, you can see it has come down, and it's come down by the amount of the deficit that we posted in the year under review, and that deficit was 168 million. And that took our total net assets to 3.6 billion as compared to 3.7 billion in the previous financial year. Next slide. So on the revenue base, we had to adjust the projection from about 1.5 billion to 745 million in terms of budget numbers. That the actual collection was 816 million against that revised 745 million budget. But you will then see that obviously the revenue reduced by about 49% over the period. The cost of sales stays essentially consistent over the period as well, and particularly the components that relate to salaries that still has to be paid even if no activities are undertaken, and lockdown restrictions really put pressure on this. The issue in terms of the AG was also the classification and the splitting between this and administrative expenditures. And we've had significant discussions with the AG on this matter, which will still take forward, and we'll have to find some manner of agreeing with them on this matter. But you will see that essentially had a big impact on our gross margins for the financial year. Next slide. Next slide, please. So our expenditure was about a 16% decline, and again, basically because our employees were locked down and work from home, limited travel. Finance costs, not a big variance. Well, there is a variance, but not material. And this also relates to our change in our accounting policies. I think the next line discusses that, as we said, the deficit for the year was 168 million, which then also obviously impacted our accumulated surpluses, as I explained before. Next slide. Also, in terms of our GRAP, we needed to report now in terms of our budget versus our actual. And you will see that although there was some over recovery from a reduced baseline, it was basically due to the DH officers needing the IDs to participate in 2021 local government elections. So that assisted to some degree on the revenue, but the revenue reduction, I think, was the one on budget that did the GBW the hardest. Cost of sales I've explained as well, to say that although production was low for the year, we still had to pay overheads and employees, and the same to a large extent goes for general admin expenses. Although it was lower, it was still in a fixed expense that had to be paid. The capital expenditure is low, and two reasons: because we altered the purchase of machinery, but also the impacts of the MOU signed with DBW for the master plan and what we loosely call the APSO building, as it's starting to gain momentum now. And we will definitely see in the next 18 months an increase in capital expenditure for the GPW. Take the next slide. CEO, if you agree, I'll also deal with the audit matters, just for continuity's sake. Take the next slide. So we've developed quite a number of audit matrices over the last 12 months. And the latest one we've developed for the 21-22 financial year. Our internal audit is very active at the moment. We've got an internal audit panel that is assisting with forensic audits and audits on ICT and finance in particular. And we also have an internal audit that manages and evaluates our progress on a quarterly basis, and we've got governance structures in place. In fact, we've got two committees, being a risk committee as well as an internal audit committee, or an audit committee that sits on a quarterly basis. Next slide. We've consolidated all the findings from internal audit, AG, etc. And you'll see at the bottom there, we're sitting at 75% of them being resolved. Financial services, we've agreed with internal audit that will be audited in the last quarter, and appointments to do that has been done. We've, in the meantime, made significant progress in terms of the audit on supply chain management, for instance. In the meeting we attended last week, there was a comment saying that the 1920 findings probably wasn't addressed because we were recapturing. To some extent, there is merit to that. Just to say that this is the position we've got currently on our 1920 findings. But I think the committee needs to appreciate that some of these findings we will not be able to resolve given this data loss and given the legacy items that are going to be there. So the ones that we can resolve, we will resolve, and we will address them. But we have also in our latest matrix indicated which ones are legacy items and probably would not be able to be addressed. But I think the point we're trying to make here is that we have also actively looked at the 1920 findings in this last financial year. To address some of those findings, there is in particular the review of the useful life of our property, plant and equipment. We've appointed a service provider to do that. Unfortunately, that impact is only going to be felt in 22-23, and the 21-22 financials will still be impacted by the legacy issue. Having said that, we want to apply the thresholds of 7,000 rands in the 21-22 financial year, but I guess this is something that we will have to discuss going forward with the AG. The evaluation of land and buildings, it's the same issue. We've got a service provider appointed to do the evaluation, disclosure, and then the movable assets. As I said, that tender we've closed now last week, and we will evaluate. On the costing side, we've established a fiscal and governance committee to look at all the costing and pricing strategies and policies. And this will also, to a large extent, oversee the responsibility for revenue and debt management within GPW. You will realize that from this presentation, The two big issues or big concerns is definitely on inventory and the ability to recover debtors and even the ability to bill, given our system issues that we've raised. Irregular expenditure, although there's been some progress on this, we are paying particular attention to our contract register. There are some contracts that have been running since about 2008, and even before that, and this is giving us a bit of an issue at the moment in terms of calculating if there's any irregular expenditure within that. Because of the nature of our business, we do have quite a bit of sole supplier submissions, and we're dealing with them in terms of the current practice notes. There's 44 of them at the moment, and we've already had 11 approved by the CEO. We've got 6 of them previous deviations granted by the National Treasury, and then we are still looking at OEM's confirmations to get the sole suppliers validated. Next slide. For the 2021 financial year, again, as I said, we've developed those audit matrices. We've met with the Office of the Accountant General and the AG quite significantly. The Minister has mentioned the meeting that we had with the AGSA on the audit process. We wrote to both the AG and the National Treasury in July in terms of an exemption. It's taken a while for us to get a response, and we got a response on the 13th of October, dated saying that we will not have an extension for 21-22 financials, and that we have to essentially apply for 22-23 exemption. And exemption essentially would just be to say that we would not be able to give reliable comparative numbers, and in terms of GRAP 3, we need to look at a prospective exemption. The AG was tasked to put up a meeting with ourselves, Treasury and themselves, and we're still waiting for that to be done. And then obviously the auditors are still focusing on quite a number of audits in this financial year. Next slide, please. A matter that was raised in particular was the issue of the reconstruction of our debtors balances. We've embarked on this debtor securitization exercise probably about 24 months ago, and approached all our debtors. We've got very little response back from our debtors to confirm balances. We can make contact with the relevant departments or entities that are big debtors, but we have found that the response is very slow and not at all accurate. So we're not sure if this is going to be an optimal approach, but it is an approach that we will follow. We have in the last bullet just to say that because of our issues that we have, we're not able to charge interest or raise interest against some of these balances, and we do have an exemption from the Minister of Finance in this respect until we're able to prove that our debtors are accurate and complete. Next slide. I'll hand back to you, Ms. Fosi. Thank you.
Chairperson, if you allow me to proceed, we also need to indicate that we have focused as management on the strategic risks of the organization, because risk management is a managerial responsibility, although we report and we are held accountable by the risk as well as the audit committee on the mitigating plans that we put in place. A number of risks that we focused on: the inadequate oversight structure. We are in the process of establishing a ministerial advisory board, and that will be reporting to Minister to actually provide guidance on matters within GPW, also to EXCO and myself. Failure to secure paper for the production of secure printed material. This has been brought about by the global wars, as well as COVID-19 pandemic, where we found that the paper mills had been closing due to the impact of the virus, the coronavirus in particular, on some of them. And as a result, we saw that there's a global move towards digital printing. We have also formed partnership with the CSIR, who have actually availed a team of experts who are think tanks into research initiatives to explore various ways of us securing the printing of secured products, whilst we explore our migration to the digital printing. As a result of that, we saw market price hiking in terms of equipment as well as paper as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, but that has actually led to us identifying a risk of lack of competitiveness in terms of the efficiency of pricing. We are in negotiation with our suppliers, on prices so that we don't continue to pay exorbitant prices, but we have strategic partners that we have put in place. We have also contracted a panel of suppliers so that we can be able to, to purchase directly from them. And the slide that the CFO presented showing the number of them that we have as sole suppliers are actually making sure that we deliver each time we require and we have a need for paper or equipment. Breach of ICT security systems quite important in the wake of all the challenges that we've experienced. We are focused on reviewing all contracts, software licenses, and so forth to make sure that the work is insourced or outsourced accordingly. In the wake of 4IR, ICT is a core dependency for us and we need to be enabled. So we're making sure that we partner with the relevant IT companies to make sure that systems are available. We've also focused on capacitating the ICT unit, and Chairperson, my apologies. I think I omitted to introduce our new CIO, Mr. Zoliban Zugwiba, whom I will ask to present the next slide as soon as I'm done with this one, just to indicate the efforts that we've put in place to make sure that we stabilize the ICT environment. We've been conducting pen tests as well and deploying patches periodically to our own organization. Further than that, certain vendors discontinuing production equipment. It is important that we continue communicating with them, and we've been doing that so that we are given a heads up in case there's a discontinuation of any form of equipment or consumables that we use. We have established an R&D section which focuses on extensive research and market research into the various areas of our work. And the intention is for us to enter into strategic partnerships and sign SLAs with them just to make sure that whenever we're still using a product, they shouldn't abruptly change it without notifying us, as it will have a direct impact on printing. We're also partnering with Printing SA just to get a feel into the market in terms of consumables and what impact it could have on GPW operations, because we are a member of Printing SA. Cybersecurity attacks, quite important. Central to the investigation that the minister established into the challenges we experience in IT, we actually looked into the ICT security breaches as well as standards and all the vulnerabilities that we have on the system, and we are actually implementing those recommendations. We have deployed security patches as well as continued with our pen tests just to make sure that that environment is actually secured. We have mentioned earlier in the presentation challenges with the decline in financial resources as a result of the impact of COVID-19. However, we have focused on the different revenue generation stream just to make sure that we increase our buying power as well as our revenue basis. Inability to purchase material at the right price in order to meet consumer demands could be an issue. However, we are mitigating that by making sure that the monitoring of back orders on a monthly basis happens, as well as the raw material prices and the implementation of our communication and marketing strategy just to make sure that we attract new clients both locally as well as internationally, and that has been actually going well. Another issue would be to ensure that we ready our back office and have the necessary facilities in place to be able to either sell our stock or be able to store it so that it is available for use. Failure to complete the master plan within the set time frame. This facility is critical in terms of housing the state-of-the-art equipment that we require to migrate into the digital print space, as well as continue with the commercial products that we are currently offering to our customers. For this current year, the dependency has been finalization of the MOA between the DBS as well as GPWI. You will see that in the next presentation on the 2021-22 financial year, significant progress has been made to make sure that we move towards finalizing our master plan building. Inability to attract and develop staff. We have the organizational structure that was still under review in this current financial year, but you'll see in the later year that it was actually approved and we have begun to source the necessary skills that we require. And this risk will continue to be monitored so that we've got an agile staff that is able to help us deliver. Business continuity, quite important, and I think we've mentioned quite a lot about it. And the CIO will actually state the roadmap that we have put in place to make sure that we stabilize that environment. Combined assurance plan was also developed and populated with strategic risks, outlining the lines of defense, because all of us have different roles and responsibilities, including our governance structures as well as management risk and audit committee, to make sure that we mitigate the risks and report accordingly. Chairperson, allow me through you to introduce Ms. Zolin Banzigwiba, our CIO, just to come and say what is it that we have been done to avoid the recurrence of system collapse as well as data losses. Through you, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson, Minister, Deputy Minister, and members of Portfolio Committee, and the executive available from GPW and DSA. In terms of actions that we have taken to avoid the collapse and data losses, we have received the Ministerial Review Panel report, and we are implementing the mitigation plans as per the recommendations that we have received. One, we have started to fill in all funded posts in terms of ICT structure to also assist to beef up the capability that we need. The post of CIO has been filled. Since August, I have started. The post of Director ICT Infrastructure was filled in November 2021. 3 deputy directors have been appointed to address the area that was central to the disaster itself, which is visual infrastructure. And we also addressing SharePoint and databases. We also have started in terms of filling the role of ICT Steering Committee in terms of advertising for the chairperson. And we are also requesting 2 additional members who will participate in the ICT Steering Committee so that the department is adequately advised and it monitors all governance controls that are necessary to ensure that we avert the collapse that we have experienced and other control weaknesses that might be identified. I am appointed as an interim chairperson so that we get the steering committee functional, scheduled, and review the mandate of the steering committee as well as all ICT policies as per the recommendations that we have received in Ministerial Review Panel. In terms of appointment of the GTO, we have also started the process and reported to DPSA the appointment of the GTO, and we are taking and participating in GTOC in terms of getting advice, in terms of engaging with other stakeholders, where CETA is also part of the member in the GTOC, and the discussions are underway. In terms of governance, we do have weekly war room meetings that are held between GPW, Department of Home Affairs, CETA, to support the stabilization process in terms of activities that we are engaged in to make sure that we restore all the applications that have failed, and we also ensure that there are controls, we are able to operate, and we are able to make a way forward in terms of returning to normal operation. This is in compliance to the review panel recommendations that we involve these stakeholders, especially CETA, to ensure that we return to normal operation and we strengthen the controls. The business agreement, it has been signed. As per recommendation, the business agreement with SETA, this is the MOU, because we are a much bigger organization. It is referred to as the business agreement, but it is an MOU. It is a service agreement that we have with SETA. We are planning to have further engagements to address issues related to procurement, issues related to procurement of services in ICT space and so on. We also have started to implement the backup. We have 3 sites, and they are at Fisari, Bosman, and BCX. The backup that we are using backup to disk, which means we have a storage SAN where we are backing up information, and we also have a tape backup. Fisari and Bosman have backup to disk as well as a tape backup. We also have BCX as a site that is hosted where Department of Home Affairs has a data center. We have compute power that has been provisioned there to do a disk backup. In terms of one migration, we also have created the necessary links to make sure that there is redundancy across all the sites, and this was achieved in September 2022. We have started to copy data to make sure that between the sites we can see and monitor replication, we can see data backup happening, and we have also started the process of onboarding into SETA VPN. We call the project One Migration. We are acquiring a new network through SETA. SETA is in the process of publishing the network. This is efforts of making sure that we have a managed network that is secure, and SETA will fully manage the network. We have conducted data restores, and we do have reports that are available in terms of the restores that we have tested and against the systems that we have tested, just to confirm that we are able to recover data from these storage points. It will be continuous. In terms of procurement of the infrastructure refresh, we have started the process. We are requesting the quotations, the terms of reference have been done. We are anticipating that we should be able to complete the procurement by March 2023. Implementation, it will finish around March 2024. The data center co-locations, we have started, we're looking at SETA's white space renter, secure white space. We're looking at CSIR to build a data center, and we are also looking at the new building offices that we are moving into to build the data centers there that meet the standard. We will receive guidance from SETA and other stakeholders. I would like to end there, Chairperson. Thank you.
Chairperson, we're going to move faster just to spend the next few minutes to conclude our report since we've taken a bit of time. My apologies for that. In terms of consequence management, it is important that as management, we recognize that multiple system failures as well as data losses cannot just happen without us holding certain officials accountable and responsible to serve as a deterrence going forward. As we've mentioned, since it happened during that time, we have not experienced it any further. Disciplinary action has been taken against officials working in the areas where multiple system failures and data losses have occurred, particularly within the ICT business unit. A total of 9 officials comprising 8 deputy directors and a director were issued with letters of intended disciplinary action. Based on their representation, 6 were reprimanded, 1 got written warning, and 1 is currently on suspension. A team of forensic investigators have been appointed to delve deeper into the system failures at the technical level and be able to establish what has actually caused the data losses. The investigation is currently underway, and a comprehensive report will be provided to management with recommendations. Overall, disciplinary action continues to happen within GPW so that it serves as a deterrent for actions that are actually unwarranted. We thought we should take the opportunity to just at the high level, give a slide on how we're doing in terms of implementation of the Ministerial Review Panel report. We have officially received a report from Minister and we have started implementation. To date, we've appointed a project manager to facilitate and monitor implementation of the report. A technical advisor has already been appointed in providing technical knowledge, support, and guidance on the process of implementation. All the recommendations in the report have been extracted and converted into actionable plans, and each business unit has their own plan, and they are held accountable and responsible for reporting at EXCO, and based on implementation. SMART principles are actually applied in terms of the reports, and the EXCO holds them accountable every week. An implementation model has also been developed to guide implementation. A team of forensic investigators has already been appointed and they've started. We've already given them a brief. And this company serves to delve deeper into all the areas that have been identified in the MRP report. And they are busy at work, and we will then be getting reports, which we will also present to Minister. We've established 5 work streams, and each comprising of GPW officials led by experts from the appointed forensics team to also coordinate the implementation of the report. GTEC has already been appointed to drive organizational turnaround strategy and provide technical support, human resource, as well as change management expertise. The turnaround strategy has been approved by EXCO, and we have a dashboard that we use to look at all the low-hanging fruit and all those recommendations which were said to be implemented within the short term and is monitored on a weekly basis. In conclusion, Chairperson and honorable members, Minister, we are continuing to put efforts in place to ensure stabilization and sustenance of our ICT environment to mitigate the risk of any further system failures and data losses. To date, I can assure members that based on the infrastructure that we've put in place and the systems and the support we've been getting from various entities such as CETA. And let me thank the DG of Home Affairs, because when we knocked on the door requiring support, he actually opened doors, and we have been working quite closely with Home Affairs to make sure that we stabilize. And I can confirm that data loss is a thing of the past. GPW will not be losing data anymore because of the multiple layers of data backup that we've done. Systems can be down, but we'll make sure that we restore and we recover from that, and data will not be lost. We're focusing on the current and emerging risks to implement all the risk and tolerance and appetite. As management, we're resolving all the audit findings, strengthening our internal controls to attain good governance, and we strive to actually attain a clean audit once we've dealt with the challenges that we had, and we're hoping that an exemption would help us going forward so that the prior errors don't recur in the next coming financial years. We optimally utilize all the experts and service providers at our disposal, and we're making sure that they add value for the betterment of all our operations. We're implementing financial standards to improve the quality of financial statements, and a focus on probity audit will also assist to improve all our SEM processes. We are committed to ensuring compliance with statutory dates for submission of our reports and plans to Parliament going forward, based on the guidance and support from all relevant stakeholders. To this date, we are busy with the financials for 2021-22. We are working closely with AGSA, and we will soon be submitting them so that they can audit them, and hoping that we'll then be on track to submit the future financials on time. Finally, we would like to enlist the support of the oversight structures such as the Ministry of Home Affairs, the DG, AGSA National Treasury, and the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs in our transformation journey initiatives to ensure that we achieve overall success as an organization. Chairperson, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Government Printing Works. Minister?
No, thank you, Chair. I think we'll call over the DG of Home Affairs to come and present. But before he presents, I just want to highlight the following issues. The long-awaited DHA bill that you'll see from the report, Chairperson. One of the capacity problems that the state has got are lawyers who are trained in drafting. Quite a lot of lawyers are trained in other issues like litigation, etc. but drafting is a big struggle. The only lawyer we had for drafting has been taken over by the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development because they too could not get a lawyer who was skilled in drafting. So we are then forced to resort to the private sector, and we are busy with the procurement for that. On the green paper on migration, Chairperson, which is part of the APP, we're already far advanced, but you'll remember that I came back to the committee and said we have gone back to put up a policy on overhauling the whole immigration system of the country, instead of doing what we're doing in a straight line, where we're going to look at the Citizenship Act separately from the Refugee Act, from Migration Act. We do an overall of the whole process of migration, and we are busy with that, so that that APP have to be moved forward. On the issue of mobiles, Chairperson, we have reported to you that our biggest delivery model is going to be mobiles, and we are going to give you a program of how our mobiles work, and we've already increased them by 10. By the end of this month, we are going to receive 15 extra mobiles from the factory in Port Elizabeth and 5 more, which are still being under construction. Then there's an issue of visa backlog. I'm reporting on it, Chairperson, because this has caused a stay in the papers that we are the ones in Home Affairs who are delaying the economy of the country. Chairperson, after COVID, I know no country that did not have a visa backlog. It's natural because all borders of the world were closed. So we have developed a backlog and we are dealing with it, as are other countries. We were shocked when the French business delegation complained to the president that we are holding the economy back because of this, when all other countries are suffering that. Subsequent to that meeting, which was also reported upon widely, I met with the US ambassador, who told us that their backlog is such that they'll only deal with half of it by the end of December, which is not where we are in Home Affairs. They will deal with it. And we know that some of the people, like our Solicitor General, who's due to go to the state, have been given appointment to come in 6 weeks time, just to start applying their appointment to start being asked questions about visa. So the issue of visa backlog is a worldwide phenomenon. We're just wondering why the focus was only on us. Thank you very much. DG, I think you can come up with a report.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Deputy Minister. Honorable members, Honorable Chairperson. I'll then proceed with the presentation. I think the Minister has provided very important introductory words. Let's move to the next slide. This is just the presentation outline, Chairperson. We'll deal with the vision, mission, and value statement. And then, of course, just a reminder to the committee about our mandate, the outcomes, and then how we contribute to the medium-term strategic framework priorities. And of course, we'll then provide the committee with an overview of how we've performed. And then, of course, we'll then drill deeper into the performance by each program. And then, of course, we did encounter some challenges. What were those challenges in the financial year 2020-2022? And then lastly, we'll then deal with what are the intervention measures with regards to the challenges that we'll highlight. If we can move to the next slide, then deals with the vision, the mission. Of course, as Home Affairs, we continue to strive for a South Africa where identity, status, and citizenship are key enablers of citizen empowerment and inclusivity, including economic development and national security. And then in terms of our mission, we carry out our mission in line with the commitment to citizen empowerment and inclusivity, of course, economic development and national security. How do we do this? We do this by ensuring that we are efficient and ensure secure custodian of citizenship and civil registration. Secondly, to ensure that we securely and strategically manage international migration. And the third one is really how we manage the asylum seekers and refugees efficiently. And lastly, ensuring that we efficiently deal with the issues that relate to the official identity and status of persons. If we were to look at the outcomes, there really are 5 outcomes that we have adopted. One is to ensure the secure management of international migration, which we hope will result in South Africa's interests being served and fulfilling the international commitments. And the second one is really to ensure that we secure and efficient management of citizenship and civil registration to fulfill the constitutional and then the international obligations. And the third area speaks to efficient asylum seeker and refugee system to comply with not only our own internal laws, but also international obligations. And then we want to ensure that we secure the population register to empower citizens and inclusivity, economic development, and national security. And of course, lastly, to ensure that we position the department to contribute positively to a capable and developmental state. If we can move to the next slide, then speaks to the outcomes. Chairperson, you are familiar with the fact that we contribute to 2 of the MTSF priorities, mainly priority number 2, economic transformation and job creation, that's highlighted in black. And the second one is social cohesion and safe communities. Of course, we do contribute to priority number 7, which is a better Africa in the world through international migration mandate. And then, of course, there are cross-cutting focus areas, for example, on women, youth, and people with disabilities, including a priority that where HR is dealing with on gender-based so GPV. The next slide, slide 6, then provides an overview of the DHA organizational performance. If we can move to slide 7. Chairperson, you will note that this slide then gives you a historical account in terms of how we've performed over the last 9 financial years. 2013-14, we're at our lowest, and then we picked up 2015-16, that trajectory continued in 16-17, 17-18, and then we took a dip in 18-19, and then of course 19-20. And of course, in the year in which we experienced COVID as a country, we took a dip to 68% for 2020-21. And of course, we now are on the upward trajectory. That's where we are now. 2021-22, we're able to achieve 69% in terms of the targets that we have set for ourselves. And the next slide then gives that pie chart illustration. If you look at slide number 8, Chairperson, we had 29 APP targets that were planned for the financial year 2021-2022. We're able to achieve 69% of these. This translates to 20 targets that were achieved, and 9 of these were not achieved, translating to 31%, and then we'll provide reasons as to why these were not achieved. So the green area, then I demonstrate the 69%, and then red, what was not achieved. So this slide number 9 then gives an indication as to the performance per program as the end of the financial year. Administration, where the 14 targets that were planned, we're able to achieve 10 of these. 4 of these were not achieved. That translates to 9%. We're able to achieve 71 in this regard. And then we'll provide reasons for the variance. Citizen affairs, where the 4 planned targets, Citizen Affairs was able to achieve 100% of its targets. And of course, we do know the challenge that it still has not translated into changing lives in certain areas. And that's what we're working on in terms of what the minister said in the introduction, increasing our mobile footprint. On immigration, and the minister has already spoken to some of the challenges around visas. We had 4 planned targets. We're able to achieve 2, translating to 50%. 2 of these not achieved. Institutional support and transfers. There were 7 targets. We're able to achieve 4, translating to 57%. 3 of these were not achieved. So that then gives a breakdown per program in terms of what was achieved, the 69% and the 31%. If we can move to slide number 1, we then move to the performance per program per slide. If we can move to program 1, Chairperson, on this target where we said we wanted to implement 23 or the biometric movement control system at 23 selected ports of entry as per the approved specifications. We were not able to achieve this target. However, at the end of the financial year, the procurement of IT equipment had been completed, and therefore we're able to receive the following items: webcams, fingerprint scanners, passport scanners, servers, and 475 of these PCs were received. They are currently being installed at OR Tambo, King Shaka, and of course Cape Town International. Of course, the reason is that there was that global shortage of computer chips that negatively impacted on the procurement process, which has resulted in the project implementation delays. This target has been rolled over to the new financial year because it's so crucial for us. If we move to the next target, on the e-visa chairperson, we had committed that we will develop the e-visa phase 2 model unto live capture and deployed in quality assurance environment in order for us to ensure that we're able to finalize whether it's temporary residence visa, critical skills, business, permanent, and general visas, including some of those business ones. We're able to achieve this target in the financial year under review. If we move to the next target, speaks to the Asylum Seeker and Refugee System Development unto live capture. We're supposed to develop a prototype. This target was not achieved in the financial year under review. However, we're able to ensure that the user requirements were developed and were approved by the former DDG IMS. And similarly, the former DG IMS was able to analyze the technical specification, or the current DDG IS finalized the technical specifications that were developed and approved. Now, the reasons for underachievement, of course, there were delays. There remains delays at SETA with regards to the appointment of the service provider that was supposed to develop a fully functional system. We are continuing to engage with SETA to make sure that this process is finalized. So that's a part of the remedial action. So that process is with SETA to make sure that a service provider to develop the system is appointed. Internally, what is it that we've been able to do? Our own staff, where they were able to design, develop a prototype of the system. And of course, the challenge was that the descriptor indicator, which is what the AG uses to measure us, had stated that we needed to confirm that all business processes associated with the system were fulfilled. Of course, what we did don't meet the requirements. So that's why we're not able to achieve that target, Chair. If we can move to the next one. The next target was on the DHA bill, which was supposed to be submitted to Cabinet for approval. I think the Minister has elaborated extensively on this. I'm not going to repeat. If we can move to the next one, Chairperson. On the DHA communication strategy and the implementation plan, we're able to overachieve in this area, Chairperson. The achievements are highlighted: 49 media engagements conducted, 19 outreach engagements conducted, 6 campaigns conducted. And the reasons for overachievement was that where a lot of outreach activities that were planned, including visits, bilateral engagements, and that created awareness. And we also created awareness on new policy matters. As you recall, that we had quite a number of policy matters in the previous financial year. All of them were able to generate media interest and media coverage in the period under review. The next target speaks to the official identity management policy, which was submitted to Cabinet for approval. We're able to achieve this target in the period under review. And then the next one, I think the Minister has spoken extensively with regards to the green paper on the management of citizenship, international migration, and refugee protection. We're supposed to have submitted that to Cabinet. That was not achieved. I think to that extent, Minister has written to both the Speaker and the Chair of the NCOP with regards to this target being rolled over to the next financial year. If we can move to the next target. The next target was on the revised service delivery model. This was achieved. It was approved by the Minister. And together with the next target, which is the access model, this enables us to identify areas where we need to improve our footprint. Both these targets, including the DHA access model, were achieved. On the second one, we're also able to submit to both the DPWNI and the National Treasury our accommodation requirements for offices and to increase our footprint. Of course, we do take into consideration that as we are rolling out more mobiles, we might need to scale down on some of the accommodation requirements. So that target was then achieved. We can move to the next one. The next one, it's quite an important on the awareness on gender-based violence, femicide, gender and disability mainstreaming. HR was able to conduct at least 13 awareness sessions that were conducted during the period under review. And we do this mainly with other external service providers, other government departments, to make sure that we deepen the understanding within the department. And the next one, which was a target that was set by Counter-Corruption and Security Services, that set out to finalize one consolidated report on process evaluation, and that focused on 6 identified areas, mainly at the ports of entry and the BMA. Chairperson, one report that has incorporated all these findings and recommendations, including from Q1 to Q4, was shared with relevant stakeholders, and the target was then achieved. The next one, counter-corruption, is set out to report at least 50% of cases on fraud and corruption. They wanted to finalize this within 90 working days. Of course, we do know that sometimes some of these investigations tend to take longer. However, in the period under review, 62% of reported cases on fraud and corruption were finalized within 90 working days. We previously have reported before this committee the work that HR and counter-corruption has been doing around this work. We'd received about 232. We've now finalized 143. The others are ongoing as the investigations continue. But we were able to achieve this because we allocated some of these cases according to expertise, and of course, sharing some of the best practice, and critical was the improvement of our case management processes, and that's how we're able to overachieve. The next one, Chairperson, speaks to the target on 40 threat and risk assessments, TRAs, that were supposed to be conducted in accordance with the requirements of the minimum information security standards and the minimum physical security standards. We're able to achieve 42 of these in line with both the MIS and the MPSS. If we can move to the next one. The next one was really that we had set to submit at least 300 vetting files to the State Security Agency or SSA for evaluation. In the period under review, we were able to submit 369 vetting files, and the reason for overachievement is because the branch counter-corruption and security services had sent additional officials to provinces to make sure that interviews are conducted and the vetting files are finalized within the required time. If we move to the next area, the next section deals with Program 2 Citizen Affairs. We're set out to register at least 635,000 births within 30 calendar days, and we were able to overachieve this target by quite a lot to 798,025 registered within 30 days. The other illustration is just an indication of the previous activities that we conducted under the various lockdown levels, that we were, if we were at 100%, we would have needed to be fully functional. If we're 75, that's the target that we're going to use. However, we're able to achieve that. And one of the reasons why we're able to overachieve is the continuous monitoring, which ensures that provincial management is aware of the operational progress on a weekly basis, and these reports assist the management in terms of areas where there's underperformance, and the appropriate interventions are then implemented. We are continuing with this monitoring on a weekly and a monthly basis. The next target then speaks, Chairperson, to the smart cards that were issued to citizens, including naturalized citizens and holders of permanent residence permits. We had set a target of 1,374,124 100,000 of these smart ID cards. We're able to overachieve by more than 1 million. And I suppose this speaks to the enhanced performance at the back office, but also to ensure that this function 192, which links the client to parents, and this assists us in particular when registering or up with applications for learners at schools, because this does not require us to go and draw records at archives. It automatically links the applicant or the learner or any other applicant to the parent, which then improves the verification process. This is something that we're continuing to do. If we can move to the next one. The next target was on 90% of machine-readable adult passports on the new life capture system. We're able to achieve that target, and this target was overachieved mainly due to the regular. What we find is that regular engagements between ourselves, the branch, and the service providers that are contracted assist, including the work that is done by the government printing works under the leadership of the CEO, and the work that's been done by our own finance and civic services, and the two service providers, Interfile and PBD, were therefore able to overachieve. We've also resorted to utilizing our own internal staff to deliver passports to make sure that the high volume areas such as Johannesburg and Tshwane are serviced urgently to reduce the turnaround times. And of course, we continue to monitor on a daily basis these targets. If we can move to the next one. The next target was the marriage policy that was submitted to Cabinet for approval. That was done. We're now working on the legislative drafting aspect with regards to that. And then if we can move to the next slide. The next slide then deals with Program 3, Immigration Services. We had set a target to conduct 222 law enforcement operations or inspections to ensure compliance with immigration legislation, able to overachieve by more than 74 law enforcement operations. And this is precisely because we work with others in joint operations, in particular law enforcement agencies such as SAPS and government departments such as Department of Employment and Labor, including transport in particular with regards to the transport sectors. And there are areas that we have, or sectors that we have specifically zoomed in, those that we believe have a high prevalence of employing people without complying to our laws. If we can move to the next one. The next one, it's on permanent residence applications. I think, Chairperson, you'll recall that under various levels of the lockdown regulations, some of these services were closed. However, in the period under review, we had set a target of ensuring that 85% of permanent residence applications are adjudicated within 8 months. In the period under review, we're able to receive the numbers that are illustrated. Out of 430, 351 were finalized within that particular time. Now, the next one, the Minister has already spoken to quite elaborately, which is the one on the critical skills, where we were supposed to finalize this within 4 weeks. We're not able to achieve this target, in particular because of challenges with regards to adherence to COVID-19 regulations and the rotational basis of in terms of bringing our own staff to work, which led to us accumulating a huge backlog. And I think the Minister has already spoken about what is it that we are doing. One, we've increased capacity in the permitting area from 6 adjudicators to 26 to make sure that we deal with the backlog. The colleagues are also working overtime. They now knock off at late to ensure that we deal with the backlog. We also have a dedicated task team that has been established between ourselves and our colleagues at the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition to track and finalize, in particular, 3 visas, critical ones, business ones, and as the Minister said in the introduction, within a short period of time, we've been able to finalize at least 605, and we're continuing to prioritize this to make sure that they contribute to the economic recovery of the country. And then, of course, the missions abroad are now adjudicating all visas except retirement and PRP visas. This is because some of the verifications with the banks need to be done at the site in the Republic of South Africa. So that's what we're doing with regards to critical skills. It will be the same for the next target. The next target is on business and general work visas. So we've done the same. We've increased capacity, and that's what we're doing with regards to that. If we can move to the next one, which is Program 4, Institutional Support and Transfers. This speaks mainly to the BMA targets. The annual target was to incrementally establish the BMA. We're not able to achieve this in the period under review. This is up to March 31st this year. However, if you look at the implementation protocols with the SAPS and SANDF, all these have been finalized now, but at the end of the financial year, there were still some challenges. I'm happy to report that almost all of them have been finalized, including the protocols with the South African Revenue Services, which is a good sign, and we've been able to appoint those port coordinators. The 10 port coordinators have been appointed. If we can move to the next one. The next one, it's still on the BMA. We're set to incrementally roll out the BMA at 11 ports of entry by incorporating a frontline immigration, port health, border facility, and agricultural functions into the BMA. This was not achieved as by the end of the financial year. And the critical thing is that we've now received the concurrence on the functions that have been transferred. At the end of the financial year, it was only the Minister of Agriculture, Land and Rural Development that had signed off. But I'm happy to report that the Minister of Health, SAPS, and also the Defense Force have all signed off. So we've made a lot of progress in the BMA with regards to this area in particular. The Commissioner is at a meeting at the bargaining chamber, where he's meeting more than 250 port managers, including colleagues from the other departments. So that's an indication that we're making a lot of progress in this area. If we can move to the next one. The next one was a target where we said we want to incrementally roll out the BMA in phases along 5 segments of the land border law enforcement area, starting with the border between ourselves and Zimbabwe, and then of course Manguzi, Skukuza, KZN and Eswatini, and then of course Mpumalanga and Eswatini. Chairperson, we're happy to report that we've been able to achieve this target. The BMA was rolled out along 5 segments of the land border law enforcement area, and the chair will be familiar with the fact that the first border guards have now been deployed in these various areas. The next target was to make sure that we roll out the BMA to 1 community crossing point. We're able to do this. The BMA was rolled out to 1 community crossing point, namely Tsidila Mulomo, which borders with Botswana. And then the next target was on the National Targeting Center. We had set out to establish the National Targeting Center, an interim one. And I'm happy to report that following the finalizations of those protocols, we've been able to achieve that NTC with the protocols have been signed with SARS, and then we have an NTC management structure, an operating model, and then targeting priorities that were submitted to EXCO for approval. And then we're also able to finalize the terms of reference for the preparation of the blueprint of the NTC, the roadmap, and these have been approved by the BMA Commissioner. We've also established a national targeting center steering committee to make sure that we track all these activities that we've highlighted. If we can move to the next one. Chairperson, the next one speaks to the financial and contractual closure that was supposed to have been reached with the appointment of the bidders with regards to the redevelopment of 6 priority land ports of entry. We're not able to achieve this target, and precisely because we needed to have further consultations between ourselves, the PMA, South African Revenue Services, Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, and National Treasury on the finalization of the RFP. So that led to the delay. But I'm happy to report, Chairperson, that we have now concluded that process, and Mr. Ravero, who's online, has been able to submit to National Treasury the final RFP for regulatory approval. We should get an indication within the next few weeks as to when Treasury will advertise the bid for the 6 priority land ports. If we can move to the next one. The next one was on the one-stop border post policy, which was submitted to Cabinet for approval. This was done. We are now working on the legislative drafting aspects. And then the next slides, Chairperson, I'm not going to repeat because they mainly speak to the targets that were not achieved, starting with the 23 selected ports of entry that were supposed to install the BMCS, and then the asylum seeker and refugee system development and to life capture. I've already spoken to this. The DHA bill, the minister has spoken to this, same as the green paper. We can move to the next one. I think we've spoken to the critical skills, business, including the BMA and the financial and contractual closure. I'll then hand over, Chairperson, the next slide on financial information. It's just one slide, and then and the CFO can speak to the next slide as well on the audit outcome. And then I'll come back, Chairperson, with regards to the challenges and what is it that we're doing. Thank you, Chairperson. If we can allow the CFO to do that.
Good morning, Chairperson, Minister, and honorable members. If you allow me, Chairperson, I will then proceed from here. This slide indicates that the department spent its full allocation of the final appropriation of 9.4 billion rands, Chairperson. We didn't incur any unauthorized expenditure, but we are also not surrendering a cent back to National Treasury as funds unspent. So we spent 100% of our budget, Chairperson. Chairperson, the next slide will deal with the audit outcome for 21-22. The AG finalized its audit on the 31st of July 2022, Chairperson, as is prescribed in terms of within 2 months after us submitting our financial statements. Chairperson, this brings us back into the normal cycle where the AG submits by this particular date. Chairperson, the outcome was an unqualified audit with finding. This is the 6th unqualified audit opinion in a row for the department. We had material findings in respect of material misstatements in respect of the annual financial statements, which were subsequently corrected by management. There were also misstatements in the annual performance report, which were subsequently corrected by management, and the AG then would argue that if it was not for us correcting these misstatements, we would have been qualified on these 2 areas. Chairperson, there was also findings in respect of non-compliance with legislation, and it's linked to the material misstatements. The first one is that we failed to comply with the PFMA in that we submitted financial statements that had to be corrected. In respect of revenue management, there was a finding that we did not collect all money due for accrued departmental revenue. This was the issue about conveyances at land ports of entry in particular, Chair, the fines there. And then the third one was irregular expenditure, a finding on irregular expenditure where we procured the IT firewalls not through CETA. We followed the competitive bidding process, but we were supposed to have used CETA as a procurement mechanism. Chairperson, then on the status of interventions required, there's a finding that IT requires urgent intervention. From the next slide, Chairperson, DHA is a going concern. Our financial health, the issues highlighted by the AG was that our debtors provision is 87% of our accrued departmental revenue. Chairperson, you may recall that in previous financial years, we had a finding about the impairment of our receivables. This finding, we addressed that finding. We impaired it correctly. The concern now is the high number, the 87%, but we agree that the 87% is a correct figure. Chairperson, the contingent liabilities of the department is 2.3 billion rands. The AG in its presentation last week also highlighted that there was a case where the department, where the judgment came in favor of the department, but then there was another person that instituted a claim for 500 more for not being able for a loss of earnings because he was not issued with a passport on time. Chairperson, fruitless and wasteful expenditure decreased from 640,000 to 153,000 in the year under review. Irregular expenditure increased from 507 mil to 555 million. Chairperson, the increase is because of the ABIS carry through, as well as the foresight of IT firewall irregular expenditure in the current financial year, the 33 mil. Chairperson, the 500 million consists of the ABIS contract, which is 280 mil, plus the expenditure we incurred in the 21-22 financial year, a security tender of 200 mil, where 199 mil, where we are waiting for National Treasury for condonement. So Chairperson, should we get those condonements, then these figures will reduce materially. Chairperson, there were no material irregularities identified by the AG in respect of a department. Next slide, please. How do we deal with the findings, Chairperson? So we developed an audit action plan. This was presented to EXCO for approval. Prior to this approval by EXCO, it was submitted to internal audit for validation to make sure that all the actions address the findings so that we can prevent these findings from recurring. The audit action plan, which is different from past years, Chairperson, now addresses both the AG findings and the internal audit findings. So we are no longer making a difference between internal audit findings and Auditor General findings. But it addresses the focus areas, the material misstatements, the performance information, revenue management, as well as the IT firewalls issue check. Chairperson, this audit action plan is monitored at Back to Basics, and reports are presented to EXCO, our departmental management committee, the ministerial management meeting, and for audit committee. Chairperson, in terms of the BRR reports of the portfolio committee, there's also a request that we should present this audit action plan as part of our quarterly reviews, which we will do. Chairperson, the failure to implement the actions or to provide progress results in consequence management. And Chairperson, that's the end of my presentation. If I can then ask DG to take over again, please. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CFO. I suppose on the audit action plan, we're done. So, Chairperson, what are some of the challenges that continue to beset us or constrain our performance? The first one speaks to the inadequate financial and human resources. And I suppose it's not only ourselves. If you were to look, Chairperson, at the entire justice or the JCPS cluster, which will include SAPS, ourselves, the Defense Force, and Justice, we continue to be hamstrung by the inadequate financial and human resources. And of course, the challenges that we have with regards to our front office facilities. So some of them are in a poor state, and then Honorable Pillay will be impressed about the new office that's coming up in Kwatukuza in KZN, which is almost getting to the final stages. And then of course, the third one, it's really the IT infrastructure vandalism, which continues. And I think it goes beyond Chairperson, that are contracted as telecommunication companies, not only by CETA, but by the state in general. This is something that remains a challenging area. And you will recall that some of the fiber network is embedded on the systems that are used by the Transnight Freight Rail, which has about 30,000 kilometers of some works. And when that's damaged, that has an impact on our connectivity. This is something that the JCPS is attending to. They've set up priority crimes units that's dealing with some of these activities. And then the last one is the poor management of switching centers by CETA, which remains a huge challenge for us. So what is it that we're doing going forward, Chairperson, with regards to these challenges? On the next slide, we then indicate that with regards to human resources, you'll recall we submitted a business case to National Treasury to increase our capacity, and we were given an additional allocation on the compensation of employees, 142 posts, of which 90% we've started with the recruitment. We've already filled at least 90% as of the 15th of October 2022. And then that graph just illustrates the allocation that's been given to us for the 22-23 financial year, 266 million. That's what we've used to fill those positions. And then 23-24 financial year, we've received an allocation of 278 million. And then for the financial year 2024-25, we've received 291 million. Of course, the minister has said this will not be adequate, which therefore necessitated us to submit another business case to National Treasury to increase both capacity at civics, immigration, and other critical areas such as IT, risk, and of course, there are those areas that require support, such as internal audit. So we're still waiting for Treasury, and we'll hear whether in the allocation by the minister, whether we've received anything. The next one, it's really the strategic accommodation needs. We've submitted this to Public Works and National Treasury. And then, of course, the minister has spoken about the additional mobiles that we've procured to increase our footprint to 130 units. Chairperson, the minister has directed us to increase the units to at least to double the number to about 200. And that's what we're working on. And of course, the implementation of the branch appointment booking system that has contributed immensely to the reducing long queues and improving client satisfaction. To date, we've been able to roll out this to 130 offices countrywide. And of course, currently, you can only use the PAPs to apply. We're now adding another model which will be enabling customers to come and collect. And we're making a lot of progress as well with regards to our footprint, which is being rolled out at the malls. We've now started with Menlyn. They've already started demolishing the area where we will be operating from. In the next week, we hope that the renovations will be done, and then we can then start with the installation for the counters and the other IT-related activities. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much for the two presentations. We are going to now invite the members to interact, deliberate on the reports that has been presented. I will invite Honorable Kanyile, Honorable Pillay, Honorable Molekwa, Honorable Lizel, Honorable Ramolobeng, Honorable Mukhale, Honorable Rose, Honorable Tito, and Honorable Mudisemza. In that order, Honorable Kanyile.
Thank you, Chairperson. Am I audible?
Yes, audible.
Okay, thank you very much. Chairperson, we acknowledge the two presentations that we have received. I have a few questions for the GPW. The first question that I have is
Chairperson.
Okay, Minister.
My apologies, Chairperson. My apologies. It looks like he's speaking in some confined space. Is there any improvement? I've already struggled to hear. She's in some confined space somewhere, I don't know, speaking through some other system.
Okay, yeah, we've noted that. Honorable Kanyile, I know that you have issue of the network. Can we try again?
yes, we don't have electricity. Let me try to move to another area.
Okay, let me take you. Let me take Honorable Pillay. You'll come back, Honorable Pillay, when she's still locating a good space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, let me just appreciate both reports from GPW and DHA. And I think we must also commend DHA on progress and work that has been improved. Chair, I want to deal specifically with the GPW. I think it's as a committee, we're aware that we've had a similar challenge when it came to audits and audit outcomes. And previously, GPW has not been able to be audited. Now, when they are asking for an exemption, it means that there is not going to be any accountability whatsoever in respect of that financial year. And I've raised this at the last financial year reporting, that once you start having delays, you end up with more than 1 year delays. Now, Chair, if you look at, and I'm going to use a simple example, a student may be performing very well at school, and when they don't submit a POE, it's a portfolio of evidence, it doesn't validate the work that was done. And it's the same with organizations, that they could be doing amazing work, but this doesn't support what they have done. Now, GBWP may be doing exceptional work and making imprints, but we do not have the records to be able to audit that. And I think I'm very concerned about it. I must raise this concern that there's something that has to be done. We've experienced this in terms of records or systems that crashed, but I've not heard what was the result of this time around. How did the system crash, and what are the contingency plans for us to be able to ensure that we are not going to have the repeat of these things? Chair, in respect of DHA, I'd like to know what is the update and status on our smart offices in terms of rolling out more smart offices. I've heard DG mention just briefly about the booking system, but perhaps if you can just expand on the status and the some kind of update or a report on our booking system. In respect of our mobile trucks, we must appreciate and thank the Minister for having been able to secure and roll out more of our mobile trucks. I'd like to get an update on the graduate program in terms of digitalization. Chair, my last comment is just part of a suggestion. I recall that my first ID was done at school, and at that point, DHA used to come to schools to do IDs. I want to propose that we look at how we get a dedicated mobile units to schools and senior citizens. And ideally at some point that, every municipality or district should have its own mobile unit at some point, because I think that this is going to complement the work of our officers. Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you very much for your contributions, Honorable Pillay. Can I check Honorable Kanyile if you are in a better space?
Chairperson, I have tried to move. Can you please confirm if I'm audible?
Yeah, better now. Thank you.
Okay. I do apologize for this. We are load shedding. Chairperson, we acknowledge the 2 reports that we have received today. I just have a few questions for GPW. The first question is, during their presentation, there have been an emphasis from the CEO that the data loss was caused by power or power outage. I'd like the CEO to confirm if the data loss was caused by power outage. The reason I'm asking this, there was a panel that was appointed by the minister. They appeared before the portfolio committee and indicated that they've done their investigation. And when they went to the city of Tshwane, they were told that there was no power outage on the day when the incident occurred. So I just want confirmation on the issue that on the loss of the data. The second question that I have is with regard to the decline in revenue at GPW. There was a slide that speaks to that there's no regulation that forces the government departments to print with GPW. I just want to know, does this also apply to other institutions like your traffic department? Because when you conducted an oversight at GPW offices, I was under the impression that those offices, they only get their documents printed from GPW because their document has security features. And Chairperson, I'd also like to know if the GPW has any measures in place to try and ensure that they increase their profitability going forward. Moving over to DHA, I would like to commend the civic services. We've been receiving an amazing service from them, especially when it comes to matters that are being brought to us, and the turnaround time is also very satisfactory. However, Chairperson, I want to go to immigration. We acknowledge the great work that is being done by Mr. Simons, but we are still experiencing more challenges when it comes to the officials that he sends the queries to. And the email address that the minister is giving to us is not assisting us at all, because the person in question does not also respond to our emails. I'd like to zoom into the issue, or I am noting, Chairperson, that the fruitless and wasteful expenditure has decreased to 153,000, while at the same time noting that the irregular expenditure has increased to 555 million. According to the CFO, this was caused by the procurement of the ABIS system. What I would like to know is when was this ABIS system procured, and how far are they in terms of installing the ABIS system? Because at the moment, we are still getting a huge number of complaints where members of the community are complaining about long queues at various Home Affairs offices, though we note also that the appointment booking system has been rolled out to 130 offices. But it looks like on the ground, the issue of long queues has not been addressed. So I would like to know that going forward, when is this ABIS system going to be implemented, if it has been procured already, and what is the department's plan to ensure that it deals adequately with the issue of long queues? We'd also like to know when is the department planning to roll out the appointment booking system to the other outstanding offices? Chairperson, I was also hoping that one will get a sense of how many unabridged birth certificates applications the department is getting, maybe in a year, considering that they are now reporting to us, so that we can know how many they have been able to address. I am asking this because we are also getting a huge queries when it comes to the issue of unabridged birth certificates. Yesterday, I also got an email from a community member who said they applied in 2005 for the UPC and they have not received it. So I truly appreciate if I can get information on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kanyile. Honorable Moleko.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think Honorable Pillay raised most of the issues, and I think he covered me. But also, Chairperson, I want to note all the challenges, intervention and remedial action presented by both presentation we received from Government Printing Works and the Department of Home Affairs. We hope that, Chairperson, the action plan will be able to address the challenges raised in the audit outcome. And the Department of Home Affairs also to work on to address the audit planning so that they deal with the issues raised or the finding raised by the Auditor General, so that in future audit, they receive the clean audit outcomes, Chairperson. Chairperson, lastly, want to note and welcome the presentation as presented on the performance report by both Government Printing Works and the Department of Home Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lizelle.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to you. Good morning to our Minister, our Deputy Minister, our DG, all the colleagues. I think I have been covered by the Honorable Pillay and Honorable Kanyile on the issues pertaining to GPW. But safe to say, Chairperson, I think, you know, the situation at GPW should give us all sleepless nights, because the situation really seems dire. And for me, this is a sad state of affairs, because this is one of the entities we've always lauded as a great example of how entities and government should be run and how they should conduct business. So really, I mean, the fact of the matter that we've now had 2 data crashes or IT crashes just before annual financial reports are due, for me is very concerning. And I hope that the minister, together with the leadership of GPW, will urgently address all of these shortcomings, because I'm hearing of action plans and things that are being put in place, but it is really a sad state of affairs that we continue to see this, dire situation at GPW. And I hope that the minister and the DG will also guide and assist the entity to ensure that we don't see similar situations prevail. And also, I would like to maybe just ask, now that we, and Honorable Kanyile did raise or touch on it, but with regards to the loss of course, the decline in revenue, just maybe an indication on how far they've gone to increase their footprint, both in SADC, but also whether they've been able to bring on board additional departments that they're doing work for. With regard to the AG and his recommendations with regards to our own department, with regards to Home Affairs, I want to start off by saying that firstly, I think we must applaud the department for the focus on increasing mobile trucks. That is welcomed. But the AG again raised concerns with regard to the lack of consequence management within the department. So my question is whether the minister and DG believe that they've been able to instill a culture of consequence management at DHA. In other words, has consequence management improved from the previous audit to date? I would like to know as well how many of the AG's previous findings were implemented and how many were not implemented and why. And I'm asking because there were concerns raised that in some instances, the matters reported in previous years were not fully addressed by management of the department. I think the idea of including the audit action plans in our quarterly reports going forward is welcomed. But I think it's something we also mentioned before. So I hope that in this instance, it will actually happen going forward. Then on slide 53, we speak about inadequate human and financial resources. I just wanted to get an indication whether all key vacancies and posts have now been filled. Then with regards to citizens affairs, I think it's laudable that the department has received 100% achievement of its targets. But again, I want to touch on the issue of the lived experiences of South Africans when they deal with the Department of Home Affairs versus these reported targets on paper. And I did hear the DG saying that, of course, it doesn't necessarily translate into a change or improvements in the lives of South Africans. But for example, reaching the Department of Home Affairs is difficult. This morning, I tried to call again the call center number like I've done many weeks prior. That call center number listed on the website is not working. So South Africans cannot reach the department through the call center number. That call center number continues to say that the network is congested. I've tried, for example, to use the department's e-Home Affairs services. Once you have registered, you don't get the OTP to continue using those services. So for example, I read somewhere that somebody was complaining that they couldn't change their online booking because the OTP only arrived on their cell phone 8 hours later. And so I would like to say that even though we've got these measures that we are now implementing, such as the online booking system, if we aren't able to change appointments or phone the department or use all of the other services, then of course, that is why we are not making any dent in the long queues and the experience that South Africans are getting from Home Affairs on the ground. So really, I would like to say we need to focus more in this regard on it's good to see on paper that we're achieving 100% of our targets, but it's not the lived experience of South Africans when they deal with Home Affairs, which in many instances isn't a good experience. And then I would like to go to the immigration affairs. Of course, like I've said before, and in many instances, I do repeat this, and I'm going to repeat it again. I think the slide on slide 31, the overachievement and targets with regards to inspections. Of course, that is very good, and we need to applaud the department for that. But I don't think we can run away from the fact that immigration currently in South Africa is a topic that is in the headlines, it's on the news, it is affecting South Africans, and it is a matter which now is a topic of discussion in whether it's newspapers or on social media. South Africans are in generally not happy with the way the Department of Home Affairs is managing immigration affairs. And so again, when you look at that target, it's an overachievement. That is something to be applauded, but it's not the lived experiences of South Africans who are complaining that not enough is being done to deal with South Africa's immigration crisis or the prevalence of illegal migrants or even undocumented migrants within our communities. Because when we speak, for example, of this department's mission and vision, and the DG did mention it, it says that, you know, Home Affairs needs to contribute to social cohesion and safe communities. Well, if you've got an immigration crisis and an undocumented migrant crisis, we're not going to be able to achieve social cohesion and safe communities. So again, you know, on the issue, I need to ask again, as much as we are conducting inspections at various companies, and yes, it's true, there are many big companies that are employing undocumented and or illegal migrants. What else, what is the thinking of government and this department in general on how you will solve this crisis going forward? Because even amending legislation, as the minister has now spoken about, will not solve the current problem that we've got. And so, you know, I don't see how the measures that we're putting in place will address some of these issues. Then with regards to the BMA, I did hear the DG saying that most of these implementation protocols have now been signed. And it's an issue that the AG raised. So I just want to make sure, has all the relevant institutions and departments now come on board, or are there still departments or institutions that are reluctant? And then with regards to the e-visa, with regards to ABIS and those issues that have been raised by the AG, they remain concerned, of course, about the IT systems within the department. Some of the comments that they made were that there's significant control deficiencies within the department, that, you know, the IT internal department and the deficiencies there is causing poor project management. And I just wanted to also ask how this will be addressed. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Zell, for your contributions. Honorable Mogale.
Chair, Honorable Mogale is not in, Chair. There is a network challenge from his side. Thanks, Chair.
Noted. Honorable Tito. Honorable Ramolobe. Honorable Rose.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to all the presenters. Chair, I'm really going to try. There's so many things that I want to ask. So I'm going to try and just distill it into some sort of an essence. Chair, you know, I'll start with the GPW. And one thing that concerns me, and I 100% agree with Honorable Pillay and others, that this is absolutely a crisis. But when I read the annual report, there doesn't seem to be any remorse or acknowledgement that something serious has gone on. It seems like we're just supposed to accept that, well, we'll put some systems in place and we'll do better next time. So, Chairperson, I think in our recommendations, we not only need to just accept this again, that we say we're going to put systems in place, but that we also are a little bit more specific on our recommendations in terms of what happens if it doesn't get resolved. Chairperson, I just want to get clarity on three things from GPW. I may have misunderstood the CEO, but she seems to have said that the loss of data only happened once, and then there's some sort of a carry through to other years. But the AG told us that there were further system crashes. 31st of January, 25th of March, 11th of April this year. So am I correct that the data recovery had to start from scratch on each of these occasions? And then I just want to understand what is the expenditure to date on recovering this data? What is the budgeted expenditure going forward? And when is this expected to be completed? Then the other natural question is why it took a year after the first loss of data, before the second crash happened, and there wasn't a working backup. So there still wasn't a working backup. Then the issue of stock taking, Chair, which I believe is absolutely critical for a security printer. And I want to understand, why did mandatory stock takes not take place? You have security paper, you have exam papers. There was allegations of exam paper leaks, from what I remember. And the department and the printing works is not doing stock taking. So how do they ensure, or how do they assure that things don't get stolen? Items of, assets, or actual security paper on that, which can be used for, to print fraudulent documents. And then the minister has recently announced that passport costs will be increased by 50 to 100%. But what we see at GPW is that they're talking about COVID and the fact that income was reduced, etc. But from 2019, in the 2 years of COVID, employee benefits increased by 43%, and professional services increased by 250%. And I just want to understand what that is, because by my rough calculations, if those increases didn't happen, then they wouldn't have made a loss. They would have perhaps made a small profit. So I'd just like GPW to explain these dramatic increases on benefits at a time when they knew that revenue would nosedive, and what professional services were being used to such an extent while most staff were sitting at home due to COVID. And then, Chair, I move to the annual report of Home Affairs. And I'd also like to congratulate the department on the burst registered in 30 days and exceeding the smart ID target. I think we can see that once people manage to get to the front of a queue and submit an application, it does seem to be produced quickly. So really congratulations on that. Minister, I'd like to know, you'd said in 2019 that all clinics and health facilities should get Home Affairs services. And now that COVID lockdown is over, what is the status on this project, and when will it be completed? Then there's the issue of naturalized citizens getting smart cards. And we brought that up as a committee, I think it's about 2 years ago. And we were told that it's being worked on and would soon be resolved. So given that it's claimed that a green ID book is a security risk, what is the issue with naturalized citizens getting smart ID cards? Why is the correction on this moving so slowly? And when will this be resolved? Then I'd like to second what Honorable Pillay proposed about mobile units. If you look at the LURID system, the Department of Education system, they say that there are almost 500,000 undocumented South African children at schools. There are also a few thousand undocumented foreign children, but almost 500,000 undocumented South African children. But I'd like to go one step further to what Honorable Pillay said, that we need to have an annual schedule of how this will happen. But also that I think a problem that happens here is that when the vehicle gets to the school, they need the mother to be there, for example. The mother's not there. So therefore, they can't actually help the child. And so we also need a system where children that cannot be helped by the mobile unit are then passed on to the nearest Home Affairs office, and that office assists them with social services to ensure they get the support they need to get their documentation. Because if you look from grade 1 to matric, it's roughly 500,000 children that disappear out of the system. And I don't know if it's a coincidence, Chairperson, but that would be my recommendation to add on to what Honorable Pillay has proposed. Then just a few more technical things, just 4 quick points. The AG pointed out that outstanding fines are still not collected. And this seems to be an old annual story. It's the same thing every year. I just want to understand, how is it that airlines and bus services can continue to operate in South Africa when they have outstanding fines for bringing in persons that are not correctly documented? And what law reform is needed to stop this? Because clearly somehow they are coming to the border, they have outstanding fines, and they are still being allowed in. Then in terms of the BMCS, so I've received reports of chaos at airports, specifically OR Tambo. And it seems that Home Affairs and the entities have a habit of testing these critical systems in a live environment. So rolling them out before they're properly tested. And we're receiving complaints of 2.5 to 3 hours queues where tourists come and they stand in this massive queue while officials try and sort out the system. So I just want to understand, what are the issues with the system and when will they be resolved? My second last question is in terms of the central adjudication hub. We as a committee, we've asked about this on several occasions, and we were assured it was on track. And our understanding was that this was needed to reduce fraud by removing the evaluator from the applicant as far as possible. So the minister did now reverse this and say that some foreign missions can again adjudicate these things, but this is not a long-term solution. So what is the way forward on this? Where are we on this? Because clearly it's something that is necessary from a security point of view. It has perhaps not worked out as planned. So I'd just like to get an understanding of where we are on the central adjudication hub. And then finally, I see when we note the redevelopment of the 6 ports of entry, that the RFP is at Treasury for approval. So I'd just like to get an understanding of what are the regulatory mechanisms that are included in that to ensure that private contractors cannot charge whatever they want. Because essentially they will recuperate some of their costs by charging travelers at these ports of entry. And I think it would be quite dangerous if there was no mechanism or oversight to stop them from charging whatever they want. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Ross, for your contributions. Honorable Tito.
Thanks, Chair, and greetings to the members. I would also like to welcome the reports that were done by GPW and Home Affairs. Chair, my first question will be at GPW. On the quality of AFS, on the BRRR report, we saw there, they were saying that the status of the IT controls continue to require interventions, which has a huge impact on operations. And also we saw where they were saying that internal controls were also lacking. Basic controls such as inventory and assets counts were not conducted timelessly. The performance of daily controls needs a lot of improvement. Like Honorable Ross was saying, how come the assets and the inventory are not done on time? So Chair, my question is, who is responsible for making sure that these things are done on time? And also, Chair, still on the GPW, Chair, the Ms. Fossey came with a presentation today telling us about mitigation plans on the filling of vacant funded posts, on the approved ICT structures to beef up the capacity, and then it will be completed by March 2024. Chair, for sure, as the Committee of Home Affairs, we are going to hold them accountable that by March 2024, these mitigations plans, they must be done. And also on the implemented backup on the 3 sites, they were saying that on the BCX has data copy of critical systems only. And now, why does it? Why this data does not, they didn't transfer it also on the tape like the other 2. And also, Chair, on the new data centers, they are saying that the new GPW building offices is estimated to have the data center by March 2024. Surely we are also going to hold them accountable on 2024 that new GPW building must have the data center. And then, Chair, on the consequence management, they were telling us about the one official who is still on suspension. So my question is he or she getting a full salary while on suspension? And then, Chair, they also told us about a team of forensic investigators that has been appointed to investigate further system failures and data losses. And then can Ms. Fossey please give us a date on when were these forensic investigators appointed, and then who is checking on them on a daily basis that they are doing their work correctly, and then there are no future failures. And then, Chair, on the on GBWP, I want to make a recommendation to the minister. Minister, last week on the report of the IEC, there was a report on the printing of ballot papers. We are recommending that why not is IEC not not printing all of their ballot papers with GPWP so that we must gain revenue. And also on the SADC countries, there we are seeing that they are telling us that it's only 5 regions that were achieved. And then is there any other plans, like Honorable Lizelle was saying, is there any other plans for the minister to go outside and also check on other regions, whether will they also do business with what? With GPW, so that we must gain revenue. And Minister, last week you were not in our meeting, you were outside of the country. It's also a question where you also, maybe whilst you were there, was there any engagements in terms of GPW getting any business from the country that you went to? And also on the departments, right now, currently things are now back to normal. There are no such things of COVID and all of those things. Minister, the departments, we were encouraging you as the committee that make enrolls in the departments, that the departments, they must do business with what? With GPWP in terms of the printing and all of those things. Chair, I'm going back now to Home Affairs. On their BRRR report, on their performance target, we saw there they were talking about the development of asylum seekers and refugee system onto line capture as per approved specifications, but the performance is not achieved due to the protocols with SAPS and the defense, which were not concluded. So how far are we in terms of making sure that these things have been finalized? Also on the report of the BRRR chair, we saw on the irregular expenditure of the Home Affairs, they were telling us about the 3.2 million of IT goods which were not procured through the CETA, and then this thing is going to be written off. And also on the 199 million security tenders that the auditors right now are currently seeking for a condonement, and they're still waiting for an approval. Chair, my question is this: there are laws and regulations to be followed on every policy and procedures. Why were not these laws and procedures not being followed? And then, Chair, on the department again, we are seeing that they spoke about the mobile tracks, which us as a community, Honorable Ross and also Honorable Pillay touched on that is a very good thing, that we must have our mobile trucks and everything. So we know that copper cable thefts are one of the main reasons of Home Affairs downtimes and all of those things. That is why, because we largely depend on a third party as an infrastructure. There is nothing much that we can do about using these multiple mobile trucks. They normally move with their own network link system. So, Chair, why are we not making sure, maybe in terms of curbing these long queues, we make sure that periodically they go there because of it's working. And the minister, we are encouraging that let us procure more mobile trucks, because of now they are assisting us. Still, we are getting there, but the long queues are still there, Chair, which is a huge problem here, because of we are getting calls on a daily basis. And also Honorable Kanyile touched on a point where we are writing emails and everything. We are not getting any response, Chair. I would like to thank Bra Eddie, because of whenever I'm sending him messages and all of those things, Bra Eddie, he is responding. So, Chair, I think that I will stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Tito, for your contributions. Honorable Mudisemta. Eddie, is she in the meeting? Honorable Tito, is Honorable Mdisemta in the meeting?
Chairperson, she's not in the meeting.
She's
Okay.
not there, Chair.
Thank you. We are going to, thanks very much, honorable members, for your comprehensive comments and questions and recommendations that you are highlighting. There are a few areas where one need to also comment. Then we'll invite there's a concern that is being raised, Minister, on the work of government printing works. The report attempt to bring up plans or progress and areas that they need to mitigate so that we then stabilize the government printing works. You recall, Minister and the CEO and your executive, that there are 3 oversight that were carried by the committee. And one important independent task team that was appointed by the minister to look on the overall work of the governance of government printing works. There's an area of consequence management that you are raising as a progress that has been identified, which is appreciated, but it does not respond to the work which members have identified in terms of the financial position and the governance as a result of the Auditor General comments. And I think perhaps the CEO managed to, or the minister managed to do that. I think the committee is now attempting to hold the minister accountable on some of the issues that members of the committee did recommend that, and which the Auditor General have raised. We note the progress of the war room, which you have highlighted with the intention to coordinate your governance work. It may be important that we identify, or there's a demonstration of its practical work, so that at least the committee is alive to the issues that you are attempting to resolve with this war room that has been established. There's an area which the minister, I think perhaps the CEO may need to come in, that there's a line which refers to the management oversight board or a council. That is one of the sector that if is established, it may assist to take decisions or assist to strengthen the governance of the department. What is this, and what does it require to establish this council or this oversight board? And I'm raising this conscious that the minister oversee the government printing works. What does it suggest? That you have a political head who preside over the institution. This board, what will it assist outside the ministerial team? The the investigation team that you have established, I wanted to check how does it reconcile with the task team the minister has appointed in its recommendation? if you Government Printing Works is now establishing this task team to investigate, I wanted just to get a sense as what does it reconcile and what does it put the investigation report of the department. The transformation, your last conclusion talk about the transformation initiatives. What does it mean? How does it contribute to the economic participation, or how does it resolve the long areas which we have raised as the committee, what you call it, long or evergreen contracts, as they call them, which the Government Printing Works, and I think we've attempted to say there must be an intention of the Government Printing Works to detail the committee on what does it mean in terms of evergreen contract, which are not resolved by your department. I'm raising this in the context of your last line of transformation initiative. What does it mean? The minister, we have received a detailed brief of the multidisciplinary committee, which the committee has approved, that is led by Dr. Lubisi. The task team that is presented on the side of investigation that you're dealing with. I'm trying to get a sense as to, now that we have many investigation teams in the government printing works, and we have established system that is now given us a credible, and it is now on the ground to deal with these issues in department. Don't you think that we may need to refer that multidisciplinary team to Government Printing Works? Because I think that it will be more independently, because already there are recommendations. You're not appointing them, extend their scope of work. I'm trying to get a sense as to what will be our impression around that. And I'm raising this because there's a concern on the work of the Government Printing Works. The mobile initiative, Minister, I think we must appreciate, and we know that that will be not enough. And I think if you have realized that there was a presentation or there was an appreciation of some of the departments that are underspending, and we may need to influence the committee, because some of the programs that you want to implement, there's a lack of budget, and that we may need to interact with the I think that the committee may need to look on that in terms of how we're going to assist and lobby for some of the programs that are being raised here, or concern in terms of the implementation, and what is the attitude towards that. The civic, we must appreciate the targets that have been achieved, and we may need to consolidate from that front. I'm aware that is an area that Deputy Minister has been delegated. And I think we may need to be consolidated so that we're able to assist our citizens. Concerns that have been raised is the long queues, Minister, and the IT system. And it's a war that we must collectively fight, assist our community members. So that is an area which we probably may need to pay more focus in terms of resolving these other issues. Minister, we want to request you to do just a practical exercise today after the meeting. Just call your call center. Or send a complaint to the people you have said we must send to them. If you can do those two areas, just test it. Because if members are able to interact with and I raised this matter in a previous committee meeting and gave an example of one of your DDG. And I deliberately raised it here in a portfolio committee meeting so that you appreciate the challenges that our members of the community are facing on basic issues. And if we were to complement the work ourselves as members of the, or any other member of the public rep and yourself, Minister, we must be able to be proud of the work that we're doing, but where there are weaknesses, and we can demonstrate that, there must be an appetite to resolve that. So those are some of the issues that members have contributed. We're going to now request the CEO of Government Printing Works to start to make comment, respond. She'll refer if there are issues to the team. We'll then request the Director General to respond to comment, and you refer to issues, and you request Deputy Minister and the Minister to comment and respond to some of the issues that are raised. In that order, Deputy Minister, sorry, CEO.
Chairperson, thank you very much for the opportunity. I would like to thank all members for their comments and questions. I'm with the EXCO team, and allow me to, through you, refer some of the questions to them so that they can honestly respond in line with the areas of expertise as well. I will start and then I will then ask them to respond to some that I may not have covered in my response. Firstly, the concern that has been raised across all members on the challenges that GPW had experienced are fully acknowledged. And we take all these challenges in a very serious light. It is not usual that a government entity like ourselves wake up and they've lost data and they can't recover it, and management happens to sleep at night. We don't sleep at night. We are actually worried, and we continue to make sure that it's not treated as a by the way, but we have amassed all the actions to make sure that we pull the organization together to make sure that such experiences do not recur ever in the future of GPW as long as we are there. And hence we have put all the measures and the plans in place to make sure that we mitigate all the risks going forward. The issue of exemption, I'm going to allow the CFO to elaborate further on this. However, just for clarity from my side, requesting an exemption simply means that we will be focusing on the areas where in our annual financial statements we've lost data and we are not able to recover the data. An exemption pertains specifically to only those areas. However, as a government entity established in terms of the Public Service Act and listed as an entity in the PFM, we continue to be held accountable on all our operations as well as the management of our finances. However, the CFO will mention further details with regards to this. We have made a commitment that with the support of the various entities that we have approached, National Treasury, AGSA, amongst others, we hope that we will be able to pull back the clock and be able to submit our reports in future timelessly. And they are aware as we speak that the support is actually of paramount importance. The issue of the data loss, we've mentioned that there's a migration plan that we've put in place. And that migration plan has been clearly and consciously categorized into immediate term, short term, as well as medium term. We believe in the long term we may not be alive. So we want to make sure that with immediate effect, we address the issues that are pertinent and are burning in the organization so that there's no repeat of a system crash and data loss such that it's so dire to the organization that we can recover from such. And that migration plan is partly what we have presented here as progress made against it to make sure that EXCO implements those actions and we make sure that going forward, we're not adversely affected anymore. Honorable Kanyile, the question on the causes of the system outage or system failures, indeed, when we initially got the reports, it was alleged that it is a power surge. But internally, we established that it happened as a result of the hardware crash called the EVA hardware, which hosted a number of critical servers. And those servers contained, amongst others, critical data such as our financial management system, which is the Dynamics AX system. And when those servers collapsed, they actually collapsed with that data. And that's why we couldn't recover that data. Hence, there has been a focused attention also on the environmentals, such as our UPSs, our HVAC, aircons, and so forth, to make sure that we stabilize our infrastructure. And for us to attain stability, all those matters should be considered to make sure that going forward, we've considered all of them. And I guess the CIO, as well as Mr. Tamar, would elaborate further on this issue. But the necessary backups are put in place. Previously, indeed, part of the reason was that the backups were not properly done, and hence when we lost data, we couldn't recover all of them. The issue of declining revenue, CFO, you will talk to that. I just want to ledge a bit on the issue of the legislation, which is meant to force departments to print with government printing works. At this point, there is no legislation. Although around 1976, there was a directive by National Treasury to say departments should come and print with government printing works, because there was nothing to enforce that. We then started the process of developing a security printing bill, which has seen protracted in consultations. We have to date, as progress, consulted with all national as well as provincial departments. We only left with 3 that Home Affairs is assisting us to finalize. And by the end of this financial year, we should have finalized the consultative process. Then it will be presented to the minister and follow the draft legislative process so that it's promulgated as an act that says to ring fence the printing of state security documents, indeed to secure the sovereignty of our country through the printing of those state security documents with security features that are tamper-proof, because we have the capacity and the capability to do that. The plan to increase revenue, I think the CFO will cover that. All the action plans that we've put in place, Honorable Malekwa, we will make sure that we don't fail in making sure that we address all the challenges. And this includes all the findings that we have consolidated. What we've done, we've looked at all the audit reports from a couple of years ago, and we consolidated them into one document. And these are the audits which are raised by both internal audit as well as AGSA. And the Director Internal Audit has actually been central to making sure that she pulls all those together into one document. When we reported 75% of the resolution of findings, is basically all the prior year findings, including the recent ones, into that document. And we have managed to resolve 75% of that. And we have had meetings with the AG, and they were happy with the resolution of those findings. However, for the current audit that has just been concluded, we've developed another post-audit action plan, and we'll make sure that we work closely with the AG to make sure that we resolve all those findings. They are tested internally by internal audit, and AGSA also comes to validate that they're happy with the manner in which we have resolved them. The issue of SADC that is linked to the decline in revenue, I've got Chief Director Business Development who will also elaborate further We have consulted all the SADC countries and other African countries to date, and there is new business that we have managed to secure, including recently in SADC, and we have prospects of new customers coming in from that front. However, locally, we're consolidating our space to make sure that more departments come and print with GPW, and she will talk further in relation to that. I think the other issue that I may need to cover is the issue of securing our security paper. Mr. Moodley will also come in and indicate clearly what controls we have as part of stock taking on what we're doing to secure security paper, including the audits by ICAO that has happened that declares GPW one of the secured entities in terms of the handling of all our security projects, so that they are not stolen and used for other fraudulent activities. The CFO will cover the issue of employee benefits and professional services, Honorable Tito. The state of ICT indeed continue to require intervention because the migration plan is categorized into those terms, short, medium, as well as short, immediate, short, and medium, so that it's a journey that we traverse to make sure that within the next few months, we have achieved most of the interventions. And we recognize that some of the interventions have dependencies on procurement processes and therefore cannot be attained without following the open tender processes. Hence, we have categorized them accordingly, but they are being implemented just to make sure that we achieve the key deliverables. We have the Internal Controls Committee that I've referred to in my presentation, and that committee serves to sit and just look into strengthening of our internal controls. The results are presented at Audit as well as Risk Committee, and we get guidance from them in terms of how we're doing. And they also suggest areas of improvement so that we can be able to achieve certain deliverables. Indeed, we'll make sure that the recruitment strategy and plan that we've put in place, we implement it without fail to ensure that we beef up capacity in the areas where it's bleeding the most. And finance, ICT have been the most affected, and we are making sure that capacity is being made to fill up the spaces, the vacancies that are open. We will also make sure that the migration of data happens as required when the new building is concluded. And we're happy to announce that in the later reports, you will notice that we've already started with the refurbishment of our new head office, and we will soon start with the construction of the master plan. And we'll make sure that that's done. Consequence management, the official that is on suspension is on precautionary suspension pending the outcome of the investigation. I've indicated that the company is already on site and they have interviewed almost all of us. And as soon as the report is finalized, we will then implement the recommendations. The forensic investigation were appointed. We received a report recently, I think in September, and the company started in this month, and they've already been given a brief, and they will be engaging all of us. And the report itself is the focus of the investigation. Every little item that has been mentioned in the report raised by the MRP, it's going to be investigated, and the report will be presented to Minister once concluded. We really appreciate the proposal for IEC to print with us. We have been engaging with Mr. Mamabulu, as well as the team to say we need a stake, even if they indicated that they use multiple service providers because of the complexity of the work, but we continue to engage with them so that indeed some processes of the ballot paper can be printed by GPW. The issue of business development into SADC, we will talk to as part of our efforts in terms of what we're doing in GPW. Chairperson, the comments are noted. What I need to indicate indeed is that the work that is done by AGSA is taken very seriously, and hence we have identified all of them and incorporated them in our report to make sure that we deal with them decisively. And in terms of consequence management, all the areas identified by AGSIB, the regular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, are isolated. And currently we have appointed a new director, legal services, who will be working very closely with labor relations as well as the investigators that are on site. And all those matters are going to be referred to them so that they can then assist us with the investigation, working closely with the internal audit. And consequence management will be taken against any actions that have been identified as adverse to the organization, whilst we continue to monitor the audit matrix as well as implementation of the audit report on a weekly basis at EXCO. The war room meetings have been very instrumental and very helpful in attaining progress in the stabilization project for Home Affairs for GPW. SETA sits at those meetings as well as Home Affairs and ourselves. And what we do, we have work streams. Each and every work stream comes and report, and they are held accountable on the spot. If you don't have a report, we take you out of a meeting, you come back and you state what is it that has been done to attain progress. We have experienced a few delays from SETA. I need to mention that because some of the actions that could have taken less time took longer, but we have made inroads and progress has been attained, and that report will be compiled and sent to Minister. The Ministerial Advisory Board is recommended in the Public Service Act as a body that the Minister has a prerogative to appoint to come and provide advisory services to the Minister on the governance of the entity. We have presented the documents to Minister, they have been approved, and we are in the process of appointing this board so that it can be able to come and advise the Minister as well as EXCO on overall governance issues, including strategic and operational matters within the organization. They are not a decision-making body, but they serve in an advisory capacity and provide guidance where required. So the process is underway, that adverts have been drafted and they will be going out so that we can source this capacity outside. I've mentioned the issue of the forensic investigation based on the MRP report that the team is actually focusing on the entirety of its report. And I think with all the challenges that we have experienced in GPW, it was very clear that we need a transformation strategy for GPW because it cannot be business as usual. How things used to happen before, how we've been doing things, the culture, work and performance ethic. We actually just recently conducted a culture audit, and the results are going to be used to transform the organization. Hence, we appointed GTEC to come and also support us on how we turn around the organization to make sure that we objectively move from the current state to the desired end state, which is seeing an entity that is able to attain clean audits, an entity that deals with all its supply chain, HR operations, as well as audit matters, and transform it into a new entity that we all want to work for and that customers feel comfortable working with. The issue of sole suppliers, evergreen or long-term contracts, the slide that the CFO presented began to provide some progress on that. We have a hold on that because we have identified all of them. Anything that has a clause that says it will automatically review itself until at the end of time. We are reviewing that, and Director Legal Services is looking into all those contracts, working closely with supply chain just to make sure that we regularize those contracts. And I've already indicated that there will be engagements with National Treasury further to make sure that whatever outcome we achieve is within the premises of the PFMA and we are not found wanting. So this is the total transformation of the organization, and we will make sure that we implement the recommendations of that turnaround as required. I would like to pause here, Chairperson. I believe I've answered some of the questions, and maybe request the CFO to start, and then it will be followed by the CIO and Mr. Moodley. And I think maybe any other issue that I may have left out, we will take. Thanks, Chairperson. Through you, CFO.
Thank you, Chair, if I may. The matter of the exemption, it's not so much to say that we want an exemption not to present financials. I think it's we're looking at a way of dealing with financials where we don't have underlying ledgers or sub-ledgers going forward. If we don't get a resolution on that, it means that we will never be able to get out of this disclaimer position for quite a foreseeable future. The Treasury has come back to us to say that the request for the 21-22 exemption can't be granted, and we have now written to Minister of Finance to have an exemption for 22-23, and that relates in particular to the provisions in GRAP 3, where it's impractical to present comparative numbers. And the request in essence asks from the Treasury to allow us to use the balances that we've got now as opening balances, and not to consider all the limitations that come with the general ledger. And admittedly, this is a position that very few or any departments or components have been in that I've come across. So this is the gist of the request for exemption. It's not to present financials. It's just that we need at least 1 or 2 financial years to present them in a different manner to be able to deal with this loss of the ledger. The issue of stock taking, I just want to touch on that, and especially also on the asset register. So stock taking was done for the 31st of March 2022, and we've had the internal audit and the AG present at this count. And we've also requested a subsequent count now in September 2022 to validate some of these numbers. What we do find is that when we go back to the ERP system, that there is some big differences that we need to resolve, and we are resolving them with the ERP service provider, but they will definitely have an impact on that. So the counts are being done. I think the issue is going to come in when we do proper reconciliations of what's on the system and what the actual count brings up, and we have to get those two in line. There was also a count done on the assets for 31st March 2022. From what I could see is that we need to reconstruct the register from scratch, and that's why we want to engage a service provider so we can do a proper count of all our assets. Number one. Number two, get a fair valuation on each of these assets, and number three, put them in the right locality where they should be. The first cut assessment we've had from the asset register is that it falls short of those aspects, and we're trying to correct them. And then secondly, or fourthly maybe, is that we're looking at the threshold of the asset. So if an asset costs less than 7,000 rand, then it doesn't get recognized as an asset, but gets written off against expenditure, and that will probably reduce our asset register from 21,000 items to about 4,000 items, but that will be and represent about 95% of the value of the asset register as it stands. And these are all things that are in progress and that we're looking at. I've tried to pick up from our financials the increase in compensation. And if I look at the notes, the increase, was about 7 million from the previous financial year to the current year. So I'm happy to be advised on the concern of that. And professional services, mostly that would relate to some of the consultants and the engineering and maintenance support that gets flown in, and that looks at our machinery, and also in terms of our audit fees. So that is essentially is what makes up our professional services expenditure. I think the CEO has touched on the issue of the sole suppliers and evergreen contracts, and we are working on that. It's unfortunately not a quick process, because you have to assess quite a number of these, and unfortunately the base that we're working from is low, and we try to catch up as far as possible on that. And then we definitely want to get to a point where we are up to date or in line with the PFMA dates and submission dates that is in line with PFMA and we should be in a position, hopefully, to be in that position by the 22-23 financial year. But admittedly, Chair, we've got a lot of work to do, especially with the AG and the National Treasury on a number of matters. I think I've covered all the financial ones. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CIO.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think the CEO covered in terms of the ICT activities, but moreover, just to emphasize on the cause of incident, the Ministerial Review Panel report has made the findings. We welcomed the findings: power failure, lack of backup, lack of resources, maintenance and support for the ICT environment. We are working on these matters to ensure that we put short-term interventions to make sure that at least while we're running a transition of ensuring that we do address these issues fully, but we don't allow a vacuum where there are no services. Interim measures are done so that we are able to operate and enhance the efforts of making sure that we have 3 or 4 sites with copies of data to make sure that we don't lose any data and we have data. It is redundancy of data that we have copied, and we are using the compute power that we have. As much as there is a global supply chain in terms of availability of compute power in terms of procurements, we are delayed by those COVID impact. But in terms of available compute, we even requested Department of Home Affairs to borrow us the compute power that they have at BCX. And hence we only have the compute power and the disk to backup and not backup tape in that environment, because it's a loaned infrastructure from Department of Home Affairs. That infrastructure, it is at BCX. It does give us resilience, business resilience that we need. So in this instance, if maybe there's going to be a system failure, we will have a backup to disk at Fisari, which is one of the data center. We will have a backup disk at Bosman, and we will also have a backup at BCX. Tape library is an extra measure to these efforts that we have put in place. In terms of maintenance and support, we are sourcing. We have extended the contracts to make sure that we do have professional support in all these capabilities, the infrastructure that we are using. We are covered by support warranties to make sure that we don't suffer the same predicament as we had with the EVA. We are also further engaging and encouraging and relying on CETA to assist us in terms of further advice. They are going to come to assess all the interventions that we have done and to make sure that we do have an independent view and independent testing of the controls that we have put in place. Internal audit has sourced the services of auditors that are coming to test these controls as well, and they will be verifying. The scope of work has been received as of yesterday, and the work is underway to ensure that independently the controls that we have put in place are working or not. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for comments and responses on the issues that were raised. Director General.
No, thank you, Chairperson, and thank you so much to the honorable members for the questions that were raised. Maybe let me start by indicating that questions that are related, Chair, to HR on the vacancies, I think it's a question that Honorable van der Merwe asked with regards to key vacancies, how far are we with regards to that? But I can indicate that the majority of those vacancies have been filled, but DDG HR will then elaborate in terms of which ones are still outstanding. And then on the BAP system, the booking system, the issues that have been raised on the contact center, again by Honorable van der Merwe, and the hospital connectivity initiative, including digitization. DDG Mavuso will respond to that. And then DDG Sigama will respond to the schedule on the mobile trucks. There is a schedule. At some point, it was shared with members of this committee. We can always do that and update it. And then the CFO will deal with issues related to audit findings, including the timelines. Just to indicate that on the ABIS, Honorable van der Merwe, our timelines that we have agreed on with the service providers that by the 14th of November, we should be able to see phase one of ABIS being implemented. Parallel to that, there are other initiatives that are being implemented, Timia. Over the weekend, we were able to successfully finalize the implementation of what's known as the Lava Rock phase. So just to go back to some of the questions, I'll leave those to my other colleagues. Honorable Pillay, with regards to some of the issues that you have raised, I think in the main around perhaps I've said DDG Mavuso will elaborate on that, including the mobile trucks. Honorable Kanyile, I think I've responded to the ABIS. DDG Mavuso will also respond with Zikama on the long queues. With regards to the outstanding offices on the BAPS, DDG Mavuso also will respond to that, including DDG Zikama on unabridged birth certificates. So let me then deal with the issues that have been raised by Honorable van der Merwe with regards to, and also Honorable Roos, with regards to the BMA, for example. The key thing here, Honorable van der Merwe, is that we now have an IMC, an interministerial committee. And unlike other IMCs, this one is in terms of the legislation. And the fact that we have all ministers, all the relevant ministers, not only our minister, Minister of Police, Minister of Defense, Minister of Public Works, and all those ministers, we have been able to implement or finalize those protocols because those decisions are taken at that IMC, which is chaired by the Minister of Home Affairs. And below that IMC, there's a forum that's led by the BMA Commissioner, which comprises all DGs of those affected department, including SARS and any other entity, which is why we've been able to finalize those protocols. Of course, the minister is engaged quite extensively with the counterparts in the other departments. That's why we've been able to finalize that. Now, with regards to the IT system, the issue that you have raised around skills, I think it remains a concern for us with regards to the skills that we have, to the extent that we've started engaging with other entities. For example, South African Revenue Services has seconded someone to look specifically at the issue around project management, including, of course, CSIR will be offering some skills as well to assist us to make sure that we deal with issues that have been raised not only by the AG, but those recurring findings. On the AG findings, Honorable van der Merwe, we've been able to deal with quite a lot of them. For example, in the area of policies, we've been able to finalize internal policies, I think close to 38 of those they were finalized within the financial year. And of course, the one area that remains a recurring finding, it's a matter that involves the DERCO receivables, the money that we collect or it's collected on our behalf at various missions. There has been an improvement. We've had an engagement with the DG, DERCO, and I think last month or the month before they were able to pay at least 50 million into the revenue account on our behalf. And I think that's an indication that some of those things are actually working. I think DDG Mavuso will indicate what is this that is being done with regards to the contact center, including the OTP. But I think suffice to indicate that we only have limited lines to the HACC, and it's something that we might want to look at in terms of how we deal with With regards to consequence management, Honorable van der Merwe, you'll recall that on the 16th of August, we appeared before this committee and shared with the committee matters related to disciplinary matters in the department. And at that stage, we indicated that there were close to 22 level 6 employees that were facing disciplinary action. Some of them, the majority, suspended. And then there were 2 at level 8, there were 2 at level 10, and then directors, there were 4 directors that are also on suspension. And then with regards to chief directors, we indicated that there were 2 chief directors, and both of them have since been fired by the department. And then there was 1 DDG with regards to that. So we are implementing consequence measures. Of interest to note is that we do share this information with the AG before it's shared with the committee. I'm not sure why it's not recorded, but it's information that's been shared with the AG timeously, and it's formally shared through letters to the AG. And then with regards to Honorable Rose, I think Mr. Mavuso will deal with the issue around the expansion to the hospital connectivity. On the issue around natural citizens, why they've not been given smart cards, it's a matter that we are about to finalize. The minister will then communicate once we're finalized, once the matter has been through the governance processes, which will include EXCO and Triple M in terms of how we will be dealing with that matter. And again, the annual schedule of the mobiles, for sure, it's a matter that Mr. Sigama will then deal with. With regards to the outstanding fines, Honorable Roos, it's a matter that's been of concern to us to the extent that we now have engaged, for example, with AXA, AT&S. These are key stakeholders in the airline industry, and all of them have agreed that we need to have a joint program to deal with those that have outstanding fines with regards to the airlines. With regards to the bus services, there's ongoing work with the Cross-Border Road Management Agency together with the Department of Transport to target specifically those that are not paying the outstanding fines. This is something that we are pursuing vigorously. On the BMCS, you'll recall, Honorable Ross, this is a matter that the AG has said we needed to implement. We are implementing. I'm not sure about the chaos at the airport because we've been very close to this matter. I've been chairing meetings on a weekly basis with regards to the implementation of the BMCS, including being at the airport most of the time. I don't recall anyone standing for 2 to 3 hours. What then happens, Honorable Ross, is that in the discussions that we've had with AXA is to make sure that they have a proper schedule where flights land at particular intervals. At the moment, you'll find that 6 flights land at the same time. And obviously, it adds pressure to the immigration facility. And of course, there were teething problems with the BMCS, and it was not being tested in a live environment. It has been tested in a live environment at BVR before it was rolled out. The critical thing is that it will assist us in enhancing security measures at the airport, but also to deal with issues related to corruption with regards to that. And of course, on the central adjudication hub, it's something that from our side, there are many lessons that we are drawing from others, whether it's Seychelles, whether it's the UK. In other parts of the world, they have a much more bigger center than what we currently have. So this is something that we currently are working on. So Chairperson, let me pause here and allow maybe colleagues to respond to some of the issues, maybe starting with DDG Mavuso, and then Mr. Segama, and then the CFO, and then the DDG HR in that order. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DDG Mavuso.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Just let me start with the issue of the booking system. Chair, I think Honorable Pillay raised an issue in terms of the update and also Honorable Kanyil. So when we started the rollout on the 1st of June after the pilot, we indicated by the end of June, we would have rolled out 43 offices And then by the end of October, we would have, these are the large offices, then the medium offices were 120. And then the small offices will end by the 30th of November. Chair, on the report that the DG presented, we indicated that we've just done over 130. That was when the report was being prepared last week. As of this morning, there's 160 offices now that have the booking system comprising of 24 in KZN, 22 in Eastern Cape, 18 in Limpopo, 18 in Mpumalanga, 11 in Free State, 29 in Gauteng, 9 in Northern Cape, and 14 in Northwest, and then 15 in Western Cape. In terms of the utilization, just today only, Chair, if I could just to sample a few offices in Gauteng, Byron here in Pretoria has got 108 bookings on BABS. Roodepoort has got 105. Maponya, there's 98 people who have booked. In Springs, we've got 98. In the Centurion, which is also one of the highest users, it's 126 people who've got bookings today. So the uptake is quite huge in terms of, the only issue that obviously we do have some no-shows, which we are trying to manage in relation to the issue of BABS. So that's where we are. So we will be done with all the modernized offices by the end of November. And then if I were to then look at the issue of the graduates, what we have done in this regard, after the advertisement for the first cohort of 2,000, we received over 85,000 applications. The majority of those were not qualifying when we do the assessment. There are about 5,000 that we assessed to be meeting the criteria. So where we are now is that there's an interview process that is happening distributed across the provinces for the first 2,000 cohort. So that is currently underway. So we are aiming to complete that by the end of this month, because as per our project plan, the onboarding must happen from the 1st of November 2022. Then just to come to the contact center, Chair, I just want to indicate that the contact center has got 120 lines. So meaning that if there's 120 people calling at the same time, or 120 people, others who are still talking to the agent, it's possible that you might find that the number is not going through. So we have 74 call center agents who are taking calls at any given time, talking to clients, and then the remaining buffer, which is now between the number between 74 and 120, it's lines that are open where the clients will be holding so that when the next agent becomes available, and then when the agent takes that particular caller, and then it opens up another line. So that's just the one, because the 20 other agents, they are dealing with emails, because we get a lot of also queries that are coming through the HACC contact number. But also I think the average waiting period that we have been looking at the reports has been sitting at around 7 minutes. So which I think when you look at contact center performance, the 7 minutes waiting period is actually one of the most efficient waiting periods that you'd find, also looking at the size of the contact center. But we're also in the process of trying to upgrade some of our software, through our Microsoft contract. So we are just busy with that with the team. Then let me come to the issue of the hospital connectivity. Chair, again, when we started the project in 2019, we presented to the minister 1,445 health facilities that have got maternity wards. And then we categorized them in terms of priorities, priority 1 to priority 5. What we have found, because of the budgetary constraints, because this area was not budgeted for, but we are funding it through the self-financing. Now, with COVID, that amount, actually we had projected, I think in the 2020-21 financial year, that will collect about 1.2 billion rand in revenue. That money plummeted. It was nowhere. It was like disappeared because there were no activities. So we had to revise our plan, and then we've gone to Exco to say, look, 85% of the beds occurs in priority 1, priority 2, and priority 3 hospitals. So the remaining priority 4 and 5 hospitals, which is 1,194 facilities, they give us 15% of the bed. But these other ones that are 251 are the ones that gives us 85% of the bed. So we are now trying to ensure that the 251 is the one that we're ensuring that is able to be more effective and function properly. And then obviously we're going to be servicing these other remaining ones. But the more the budget becomes available, we will go to priority 4 hospitals, because priority 4 hospitals are the ones that gives us between 1,000 and 2,000 beds per year. And priority 5 is 1,000 and below. So in priority 5 hospitals, for example, facilities, which is mainly our clinics, those ones, you'd find that in a day, you might have 1 bed or no bed at all. So those are some of but the issue is we want to ensure that the facility exists, because not only do we want to utilize that for bed, but we also believe that it could actually play a big role in assisting us with debt registration. So Chair, I think those are the issues that I thought I should actually cover in response to some of the questions that have been asked. I think I've covered all those questions that were dedicated to me. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, DDG Mavuso. DDG Sigama.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members of the Portfolio Committee, Minister, Deputy Minister. Yes, indeed, on my side, I will really deal with the update on smart ID card offices as requested by Honorable Pillay. As you are aware, honorable members, we've got 412 offices, and out of the 412 offices, 198 have got live capture systems. The remaining balance of 214 are not connected. This is as a result of us having small offices that cannot accommodate our live capture system. But we did not just stop there, Honorable Chair. We had to redirect our focus to malls, where, as DG has indicated, that now we're now going to start with mainland, wherein we will then extend our services using malls, as well as the mobile units that we have at the moment. So the mobile units are able to go to far-flung areas, as indicated, and indeed we have seen benefits of mobile units as opposed to the brick and mortar kind of offices that we are using at the moment. And that, at the end, we know very well that that will then reduce long queues that are in our front offices. Then the second part was a question on unabridged birth certificate. There was a question indicating how many unabridged birth certificates are received in a year. Honorable Kanyele, on average, we receive close to 100,000 applications for UBCs. And out of those, one can safely indicate that we, on daily basis, we are able to receive 700 applications. So those ones are the ones that indeed deals with history, wherein we are also planning to make sure that we conclude them within a period of 8 weeks. That's what has been indicated on our SOPs. However, as you may recall, Honorable Chair, as from March 2013, the department took a decision to issue unabridged birth certificate for all newborns, meaning that the department do not have any backlog as from 2013 coming this way, because any child that gets registered is issued with an unabridged birth certificate. However, the challenge that we are having, it's pertaining to history for those who were born prior to 2013, because that requires us to go to archives, draw records of birth that were submitted by parents to our stores, and that really takes a bit of time. As we speak, ever since we started with this program, we have now finalized more than 340,847 UBCs that were part of the backlog created at that time. So, but as you are aware, the department has started a digitalization project, wherein we hope that once we've digitized all the paper records on within the civics environment, we should be able to modify our system so that we then make it ready for those who may apply in the near future. So going forward, we have also requested that we increase our capacity to draw records. We as from November, we'll be having close to 200 officials who will now assist the department to draw records and make sure that the system is modified for the issuance of UBCs. So I think the rest were really covered by DG Chairperson, and thanks so much.
Thank you, DG Sigama. CFO Olambe.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, and thank you for the opportunity. Chairperson, I'm going to respond to 2 questions. The first is that of Honourable Member van der Merwe about the AG findings. Chairperson, for the 21-22 financial year, the department had 188 audit actions on our audit action plan. Of those 188 actions, 37 were not completed by the end of the financial year, Chair. The bulk of those 37 actions not completed deal with IT. There's 14 IT actions and 12 revenue actions, Chairperson. So, Chairperson, on the repeat findings relate to material misstatements, the revenue issues, and then the IT weaknesses. Chairperson, in respect of the material misstatements, the nature of these findings have changed over the years. I'm just going to give you an example that in 2020-21, we had an issue about the impairment methodology used to impair our accrued departmental revenue. This year, we don't have that finding, but the AG nevertheless made a finding that said 87% of our accrued revenue is impaired, which is a high issue, which is a high figure, and which then impacts on our financial health. So, Chairperson, while there are material misstatements, the material misstatements are not the same every year. Chairperson, then the second question I would like to respond to is that of the Honourable Member Titu in respect of the irregular expenditure. Chairperson, the question was, where does this irregular expenditure in respect of IT firewalls come from? Why did that happen? So, Chairperson, National Treasury issued a practice note, it's practice note 5 of 2009-10, which then defines what is called a CETA mandatory service or a CETA non-mandatory service. We followed that practice note, Chairperson, as firewalls, IT firewalls are not listed under the mandatory services. However, Chairperson, the CETA Act, Section 73 says, Section 7.3 says, you must procure all IT goods and services through CETA. So, Chairperson, when the finding was raised by the AG, we then obtained a legal opinion and said there appears to be a conflict between the practice note and the CETA Act. Our legal opinion said that we are compelled to use CETA to procure all IT goods and services. Whether it's now mandatory or non-mandatory, you must follow the CETA process. So, Chairperson, we also applied past practice when we procured the IT firewalls. When we bought it the last time, we didn't follow the CETA process, and we also benchmarked with other government departments to see what they do, and some government departments which we looked at, Chairperson, or those departments we looked at did not follow the CETA process. So, Chairperson, the contract value of the firewall is 119 mil. We paid 33 mil in the year under review, 21-22. Chairperson, we are in engagements with the service provider on other aspects, and we are looking at cancelling that particular contract for other reasons, Chairperson. So, Chairperson, that's it on those two questions. The DG did respond to the Honourable Ruiz on the airlines and the fines and the conveyances and the taxis, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CFO Hollambe, for your comments. I will then invite if the DG, there's no any other matter, I'll invite let me get the DG if there's no any other matter you wanted to, if I invite the DM and the Minister.
No, thanks, Chair. I think, yeah, there was a DDG, I think DDG HR.
Okay, noted. DDG HR.
Thanks, Chairperson, and good afternoon to honourable members and the Minister. The matter that was raised around vacancies and which DG has responded to in saying that 90% of the positions that were meant to fill in the financial year have been filled. The outstanding vacancies that we are wrapping up now is around immigration services, which is mainly in the refugee reception centers and a few of the positions in IS. But also to mention that we will continue to fill the positions that have been vacated through internal promotions as we are continuing to fill this post. But then we are certain that we will also be able to just close the process by the end of this financial year over and above the positions that are vacated through natural attrition, you know, where officials would resign or get transferred out of the department or even are dismissed. So the process is ongoing. However, the conclusion of the 742 to account to the allocation that has been made by National Treasury, we are moving on in the right direction, and we will be able to close it adequately in the sense that we would have filled all those 742 positions that we were meant to fill. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, DDG Sfanyeto, for your comments and responses. I will invite the DM and the Minister. DM, in your response, perhaps you can labor on the area of the smart card ID, particularly to matriculants. How are we going to move forward? Minister, if you can just also take a brief on the our deliberation that were undertaken in your trip, because in Geneva, because it does affect, it will impact on the work of the department. Deputy Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me send my greetings to all the colleagues and members of the Portfolio Committee who are present here today, and all the management of the department. Let me firstly start with the issue that was raised by Honorable Pillay around the issue of the use of mobile units for schools. Yes, we are using mobile units for schools. We do have schedules. You will notice that the mobile units are posted into each and every province, and as such, we do have a schedule where we then go to schools. That is why we were very successful with meeting our target when it comes to the smart ID card issued because of this project that we do have with schools where we go to them and issue smart ID cards. There also is an issue that was raised by Honorable Ross on the issue of undocumented children who are in school. You will remember that if you mean undocumented, you actually mean people who do not have documents. And some of the people that you will find in schools, particularly children, are actually children of foreign nationals who will not be documented because they will not be citizens of South Africa, but they are allowed to attend school here in South Africa. So the majority chunk of the undocumented will be those ones. And I would also like to place an emphasis that we actually issue smart ID cards to individuals that have 10, 16 years and upwards. So that is why some of the children will be having birth certificate, but not smart ID cards, because they will not have reached the age in which they are supposed to have those smart ID cards. But just to get into the question that you have asked, Chairperson, around the issue of learners who are also doing grade 12 and how we are moving there. Firstly, we have a memorandum of understanding with the Department of Basic Education, which basically every now and then gives us a list of learners who are in school, particularly who are doing grade 12, who do not have identification documents as in smart ID cards. And then we are able to track those learners, look for them, quantify them, and then are able to issue them with those particular documents. If I were to take you through just in terms of our report for May, currently, we, Department of Basic Education, indicated that you had about 2,560 learners who did not have the necessary identity documents, which is your smart ID cards. Out of that number, 619 were actually determined to have been non-South African citizens, and 1,941 were South African citizens. Out of that 1,941, using our mobile units and tracking procedures, we're able to get 1,008 who have already been issued with smart ID cards. So the 933 are the ones that are outstanding, and we'll always make sure that by the time they sit for exams, we will have tracked down and issued the identity documents for the 933. So that is the process we run into, and it has proved to be successful because over the past years, we were receiving quite a number of complaints from the Department of Basic Education, but those complaints have substantially gone down whilst we have consistently increased the number of learners that we issue identification documents to. I can also guarantee that the increment in terms of the mobile units that will get now will also help us reach out further to those particular schools and be able to continue issuing documents. On the issue of early birth registration, yes, we're able to achieve the target, but this was against great adversity, because you will remember when we hit with COVID and as such, our operations were a bit slow in terms of our front-end offices, which meant that we're not collecting enough revenue, because this project was funded out of self-financing activities, which means the amount that citizens pay to get a passport, to get an ID replacement and so on, is the money that we're using to increase our footprint in hospitals. So when those transactions went down, we're then not able to increase in the pace that we would have wanted us to, which we had intended to do so. But either way, we were able to use other ways to make sure that we meet the target. Some of those ways is to make sure that we go to offices even on weekends. Those are some of the special projects, even with the kids who are in school. Some of them we run special operations on weekends where those children will come because their parents will not have been available during the course of the week. So we do have those mitigating programs that we throw in there to make sure that at the end of the day, we do meet the targets, but also we do offer the service that we are supposed to our citizens. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister, for detailed, comprehensive comments and response to the issues. Minister.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think a lot of technical questions were answered, but I will start with a few which are, I believe, are very important. Honorable Kanile, and subsequently followed by other members, on the issue of GPW data loss. Your question was, you were told there as a committee that it was because of power outage. And the ministerial review panel definitely proved that it's a lie. In fact, if you go back to the report, they say that that is not so. So we are confirming that it was not a power surge as the officials are claiming. It wasn't that, but it was sort of negligence in or let me put it this way. It was an omission. They could not prove that it was a commission. They proved that it was an omission. That means certain things which were supposed to have been done were not done. And so as to whether that was deliberate or was carelessness, it's very difficult to tell. We are hoping that perhaps when the forensic audit gets underway, it might unravel some of those. It's like me driving a car, not putting in oil or water. That engine is going to knock. Whether I was knocking that car deliberately, simply by omitting to put water or oil, whether I was doing it deliberately for the engine to knock, or whether I was negligent or just careless, is something that is very difficult to prove on ordinary investigation. But that's where they are, that there were omissions, which if they were not there, there would not have been this crash. On my side, Chair, I'm worried about the timing. These crashes were happening just when financial statements were about to be put in. And I believe the forensic audit must also go deeper in there. I'm not sure whether they'll ever discover something. I still don't believe this was innocent. That I can assure you, I believe wholeheartedly. Apart from, I mean, the other reason that made me believe so, there is also a question, if I'm not mistaken, yes, from yourself, Chair, about the issue of evergreen contracts and their progress, etc. Remember, these contracts were there, they were issued, but there are no files. They're absolutely, in some of them, in other words, there's no information. Somebody is having a contract, but when the CFO, and you can ask Mr. van der Merwe, goes in to find out how this contract was issued, there is no file altogether. And we believe some of the crash was to hide things like those. That's why the forensic audit needs to move in. But I don't want to preempt their findings. I'm just telling you that the ministerial review panel did their work. But remember, they were not a forensic investigator. They did find that something is wrong. And they said, go in and find out exactly how it went wrong. Chairperson, because we are also mentioning what is the relationship, why are there so many committees? Remember, this forensic audit was ordered as a recommendation by the ministerial panel, chaired by Advocate Mujangu Kumbi. In other words, they said, we believe there's something here that has happened that we need to dig into. But remember, they were not forensic investigators, they were just experts. And so that's why this matter is not finished. Even the people who are being punished, it's not yet over. There might be some people who might need to get arrested if the forensic audit arrives at there. So it's still really the beginning on this issue of government printing works. But I don't really believe it was something that was just happening innocently. Chairperson, Honorable Pile, yes, about the concern on this issue, I think there's been an answer, but I also want to say we are also very deeply concerned. Let me go back to Honorable Kanyile about ABIS, because she mentioned the ABIS program, how far are we, and she mentioned the long queues. I just want to clarify, ABIS has got nothing to do with the long queues. It's not going to help us with the long queues, but ABIS is about security of our documents. Remember, our security now is based on HANIS, Home Affairs National Identification System, where we have got biometrics of the people on the National Population Register, who must be South African nationals. Their biometrics are only two, a fingerprint and a photo, which in these modern days can easily be cheated. As you know, people do photo swaps and all that. So in ABIS, we are adding 3 more biometrics. Apart from the fingerprint, apart from the photo, we are adding iris recognition, which will only belong to you only. We are adding facial recognition, and nobody's face looks like another person's face, and the system will be able to pick up that. And we're also adding a palm print. So ABIS is not about long queues, it's about the security of our document, and we believe once we have finished, the security of our document will be something that we'll be proud of. You know, it will. The other issue is unabridged birth certificates. How far? I think Mr. Sigama, Honorable Kanyile, has tried to answer the question, but I want to bring to your attention something very important. Mr. Sigama said, from 2013, we are no longer issuing the abridged birth certificate. So what the backlog is about is 2013 backwards. That's what they are dealing with, filling them in. From 2013 forwards, going forward, he says we have got no backlog because we are issuing, we are no longer issuing a abridged birth certificate, which means we are just issuing a birth certificate, which of course by definition will be unabridged. But I want to bring this to attention. Even yesterday I saw that. That is our policy decision, but it's not necessarily what is happening socially in our country, in our communities. Because an unabridged birth certificate means you have got the father, your details of the father, and the mother and the child. Whereas an abridged one simply means you have got the child and the mother. Now, I don't want you to believe that when we take that policy, it works very smoothly. It doesn't, because these are social issues. Just to give you an example, yesterday I was with mobile units at Mative Stad here in Northwest. I gave 4 birth certificates of children who have just been born recently, 5 days old, etc. Out of those I've given, only 1 is unabridged. The others are still abridged because the father is absent there for various social reasons. Some will tell you that, no, he didn't finish paying lobola, he has run away, he has just disappeared. Others just look down and smile, and you can't embarrass them because some of these are young girls. As you know, the social problems in our country. So those people will still come back in future for an unabridged birth certificate. Now, I was asking Mr. Zikama, what do we give them? Because some of them is because they want to take the child overseas and they are told by that country when they apply for a visa that we want an unabridged birth certificate. And it will remain abridged because the father is never there, maybe has never even been known. So in that case, all we do is to confirm that yes, this certificate will remain abridged because this is a single mother. There's never been a father identified. So I don't want Honorable Kanyile to come in future and say, but Mr. Sigama, you told us from 2013, all the certificates will be unabridged. It is like that in our policies, but practically on the ground, it's not like that. In fact, if I may give a crude statistics, I have come to believe that out of every 4 birth certificates we issue in our hospitals, only 1 will be abridged. The rest will definitely be unabridged, especially when it comes to the issue of teenage pregnancy. The other question I want to answer, Honorable Lizelle, I think on the GPW question, you have also been answered. And on the issue of the decline in revenue, which Honorable Kanyile also mentioned, about what's happening to other government departments. You know, honorable members, I'm fighting this issue every day in every cabinet meeting and cabinet lokota and where we meet treasury. Because the reason that things are this way, they will tell you is because of the PFMA. And some ministers do agree with me that while the PFMA is a very good piece of legislation and it is helping to fight corruption, but it's very compliant based, not really developmental. That's what I'll argue. Some people might argue with me on that. It's very highly compliant based, not developmental, whereas we are a developmental state. For instance, if you listen to the presentation by Mr. Hollambi, the 33 million rand, which the Auditor General said is irregular expenditure, is because we did not use CETA. It's not that we never followed rules of procurement. All the rules of procurement were followed in the department. And the officials followed them because there was a treasury directive, which they understood to be saying, under certain conditions, we may not use CETA. But the Auditor General says, no, I read that you interpreted it wrongly. You were still forced to use CETA. You followed all the prescript of supply chain, but your law says you must go to CETA. Unless you remove that law, I'm going to find you irregularly spending. Now, you see, these are some of the problems that are happening. Now, how does it relate to GPW? Because the argument will be that unless you issue an open tender where private sector compete with government printing works, then you are not complying with the PFMA. And some government departments then will issue a tender and give it to a private company. Officials won't choose government printing works when they can give a private company. We don't know what they are getting there. And I'm not suggesting anything, but remember, printing with government printing works is not a tender. There are those who like to issue a tender. And I'm fighting that PFMA must somehow be amended when it comes to such things of development, because you can comply and do everything and get a 100% clean audit, but the country is not developing at the same time, or our people are not developing. So that issue of government printing works falls within that government printing works can expand, bring more money to the state, hire more people, if it was not forced to follow the so-called market economics as such in terms of what the PFMA is doing. The issue of culture of consequences, Honorable Lizelle, I think you were right. I must confess that when I'm looking back, there are a lot of issues which were happening where there were no consequences. And that's why there was so much corruption in Home Affairs. Now that we've started levying consequences, one is really hoping that people will take hint. I mean, if you work for Home Affairs, you see your colleague getting very rich, very, very rich, and nothing is happening to that colleague. And he gets richer and richer, and you get poorer and poorer, and nothing is happening to that colleague. You actually get tempted that, no, man, me too. I know how to do this thing. I'm going to do it. If there are no consequences, you won't stop. Even for individuals, honorable members, 2 weeks ago, we announced that we arrested an official somewhere in Limpopo, a very junior official at post level 6, who was making up to 8,000 rand a day by issuing these fraudulent passports to Pakistani nationals. And they found that somehow, when they were examining systems, he had access to our movement control system, which he was not supposed to be having, and where he was making all these changes. When was interviewed, or rather interrogated, by the counter-corruption unit, he actually said, yeah, take that access away from me because I'm unable to stop. Here is a person who is found stealing. He said, I'm unable to stop. Many of you might find it very, very funny, extremely funny. But what the official was meaning was this: he is at level 6. He owns a Range Rover. He owns Mercedes Benzes. He has bought at least 3 of his cars or so cash. He's got a huge house in which he has got garages, etc. How do you expect such a person to stop? Except if you throw them in jail. You fire them so that they've got no access to the department, or you throw them in jail where they are safe. Because what he's saying is, as long as I'm outside, I'm going to continue. And my understanding is this, Honorable Fadubebe. He is actually saying, I've set my life standard on this. Perhaps he has even got children at a very expensive private school. He's staying in a very expensive area, bought very expensive house. How is he going to manage all those if he stops? So the only way to stop them is consequence management, remove this person from the department, throw them away, and throw them in jail. And I believe that this is not what was happening. And that's why some people were tempted to go on, or were unable to stop, or others wanted to compete with them. Now, on the issue of immigration, Honorable van der Merwe, you are saying we are not making any dent on immigration. Remember, Honorable van der Merwe, the BMA has just been established. The immigration officers are doing all this work on the ground every day, roadblocks and all that, visiting factories. And they seem to be doing nothing because the tap is still open there at the borders. We believe once the BMA is in fully implemented, in full speed, reducing the number of people who come illegally, putting serious consequences to that illegality. Then when the immigration officers go around doing their work, you'll start seeing progress. At the moment, it's very difficult because it's like the tap, it's like cleaning water where the tap is still open and somebody keeps on cleaning, it's not gonna work. So we need a two-pronged strategy. Increase the number of operations of immigration officers, but make sure that the BMA at the borders, like as in the border guards, etc., are doing their work. But also change some of the incentives which were, and weaknesses, which were identified by the team of Dr. Lubisi, that there is an incentive here. If you keep on saying people must get citizenship because they get married, you are giving them an incentive to marry somebody they don't love just for documents. Now, in our new policy, we are targeting such things. Should a person get citizenship by marriage? Should marriage be something that brings people together because they love each other? And citizenship and migration be a completely different policy, which is not related to marriage, so that there is no incentive. Now, all those things will actually streamline the immigration system in South Africa. I'm just saying, Honorable van der Merwe, it's not yet time to see the results of what you are doing because it's just the beginning. Honorable Ruos, I think they've answered you on the issue of clinics and hospitals. No, let me not repeat that. But on the issue of naturalized citizens getting a smart card, it's not policy not to give them. But remember, when the smart card was introduced in 2013, there were 39 million South Africans who had to be migrated to smart card. This exclude the youth who turn 16 any 1 year. So that target is moving. It's not a steady target. You were having 39 million people who must be migrated, but you are also having kids who turn 16 on any 1 year. But the Department of Home Affairs up to now, its full capacity to issue a smart card is only 3 million per annum, as we have presented before in our APP. Simply because some of our offices are still legacy offices. There's no way they'll issue this smart card. So it's a problem of development, which we are still trying to deal with. The issue of undocumented children, I think Honorable Nzuza has answered it. But everywhere where you go, even yesterday in Matiba's Krag, I found statistics which was given there quite worrying, where the number of 1 to 7 year olds who still don't have document will number about 700. And that's why we're taking mobiles all over to try and follow them. And when you ask them, they said, no, the offices are far, we don't have money for transport. So that's why the mobiles are so useful to the department, such that you must not go in an area and find people who are still undocumented. But those who are at school, it's very easy to catch them, as an Honorable Nzuza has already mentioned. Then there is an issue of Honorable Tito, the issue of forensic investigators in government printing works. Or maybe before going to that, again, Honorable Rio, sorry, I'm very sorry. My papers got a little bit mixed up. On the issue of outstanding fines, Honorable Ruas, honestly, I fully agree with you. Your words are mine. What you have said is what I said in Good Friday at Bait Bridge. I know that with the place we are making a little bit of progress, but the Auditor General was mostly complaining about the land port of entry, where people were bringing in people illegally, conveying them in buses and taxis. And you are spot on when you say, why are they still allowed in? When I discovered this, it was because of a bus company called Rainview from Zimbabwe, which had brought 28 people here in the country illegally. They were caught, and in terms of the law, you charge them 15,000 rand per passenger. And so the amount was about more than 400,000. And he refused to pay it. And I was shocked to hear that, no, it is for the 7th time that he has been charged, but not paying anything. And so when I confronted officials there, they said, no, it's because the license to cross a border is given by the CBRT, the Cross-Border Road Transportation Management Board. And I called them from the Department of Transport, I called them, and they start saying, no, in terms of the law and the act and our agreement with SADC, we've got no mechanism to stop anybody from coming here if their country has given them a license, because they say some of the licenses were given in their countries. And Honorable Ruos, in agreeing with you, I said, no, it can't be. It can't be somebody is coming to my country and doing illegal things. And when I charge them, there's nothing I can do. No, I don't believe so. So I don't believe what the officials in both Home Affairs and CBRTM are saying. I don't believe so. So I instructed the BMA commissioner, Border Management Authority commissioner. I said, no bus must be allowed to come into South Africa if they've refused to do these payments. If we are breaking the law, let them go to court. Let them be the one who go to court, but stop them and stop him and say, you have not paid the previous amount we have charged you. You can't come into South Africa. If I don't know which court of law they'll go to, But the court of law must tell me that this person is simply disregarding our laws by refusing to pay, and we must allow him to come in. Actually, the bus companies in Zimbabwe, which are obeying the law, they complained, actually, because they were mad after this event. They were mad and they complained that we are obeying the laws of your country. Somebody in Zimbabwe is competing me, but it's not obeying the laws, and they keep on crossing the border and nothing happens to them. So there's no way we will allow this, and I really strongly told the BMA commissioner that I don't want to come in here, that a bus sneaked into South Africa when actually we have charged them money and they refuse to pay it, or when they are still continue to convey people who are who don't have documentation. That will not be accepted. The issue, Honorable Ruos, that in the one-stop border post, some of the private companies in the PPP will charge passengers whatever they want. It's not going to happen because there's going to be a prior agreement. In fact, there's already been engagement with some of the trucking companies that cross the border regularly. They are prepared to pay a huge sum of money as long as OSBP will make it sure that they don't wait at the borders, because they waste more money at the borders. That's why we are so confident that the PPP will work, because they are prepared to pay, but we'll agree with them beforehand. They can't just be charged. They will know that once the one-stop border post is put up, this is how much you are going to pay. It's more or less just like a toll road. At the toll road, we don't charge people whatever we want. The fees are predetermined, and everybody knows the fees, and they are actually written there before you cross the border. Honorable Tito, you came up with something extraordinary sensitive. The issue of IEC not treating with GPW, and the CEO told you that they are speaking to the IEC CEO, Mr. Simon Mabolo. I immediately got goosebumps, honorable members, and please understand me. I want government entities in South Africa to use government printing works, because that's revenue for the country. And the additional money is even sent back to Treasury, as we have seen. It makes us expand. And I'm one of the people who is working very hard to try and recruit other countries to come in. But honorable members, I don't think it's a good idea at all to get IEC to print ballot papers with government printing works, a state entity. I'm very uncomfortable with that. And I don't think that's the route we should follow, because there will be complaints later. I belong to a political party that is going to contest the elections, and government printing works report to me. And won't I be accused by one party or the other later when things don't go well? I will prefer a situation, honorable members, that all of us here, because we belong to political parties, should not even know where the IEC is printing ballot papers. We must just meet them when we arrive at the voting station. We must not even know. IEC must be allowed its independence and its secrecy on this matter. That's my feeling, Chairperson, and I hope honorable members understand me. So I won't be very eager to go and encourage the IEC to print ballot papers with government printing works. Maybe other election materials like promotion, pamphlets, and all that. But the ballot paper, no, I don't think it's a good idea. On the issue of irregular expenditure, Honorable Tito, why not follow the laws? I think I've already answered that. The department thought it was following the law by that circular from Treasury. But the Auditor General said, no, your interpretation of this circular is different from mine as the Auditor General. And remember, the Auditor General has got the last word. And he said, no, I'm making it irregular because you followed your laws in the department, but the law still says you must do it through CETA. And they confess that they know the problems in CETA, but unless that law is changed, they won't stop auditing in terms of what the law is saying. And that's why I'm saying some aspect of the PFMA need to be looked into. the issue of why are we not buying more mobile trucks, Honorable Tito? That is actually our plan. In fact, this is what I told officials. I actually prefer to spend more money buying mobiles than to spend more money building offices, even modernizing them. And I'll tell you why. Because you can put an office like where I was yesterday at Matiba's Kraal. They mentioned that the office that is there is still a legal office, a legacy office. You can put what you call a modern office there, but when cable theft takes place, when systems in other departments do not work, there is nothing you can do. Whereas remember, with our mobile trucks, we even feed them with a satellite dish. Like I found one yesterday at Matiba's Kraal with a satellite dish. So when all these other systems collapse, it can go on to do work. So for that reason, we believe the delivery model of the Department of Home Affairs must rest more on mobile units than on the offices we are going to build. Not that we won't build offices, we'll do so, but we want to concentrate on mobile units. And even doubling them to 200 for me is not enough. My intention is that we must keep on increasing them every year until we saturate, until we've got mobile units for particular group of schools and for particular group of villages, because at the moment, we are not having that. Honorable Chabani, I think I've already answered your question. How do we reconcile the ministerial team with the forensic team? It is them who said that forensic team must be there and they must dig deeper forensically into the issue of ever green contact. Yeah, Chairperson, let me stop there, but before finalizing, Chairperson, I want you to give me an opportunity to make an announcement. The announcement here is that tomorrow, starting from tomorrow and I think up to Thursday, the IEC is hosting what they call AWEB, the Association of World Election Bodies. There will be 63 countries attending the annual meeting tomorrow and about 240 attending the conference on Thursday. It's going to be opened officially by the president of the country. These are the IECs of the world, in other words. And I'm going to be attending that conference tomorrow with them. I asked the IEC if they can allow me to announce it to you, because I don't think they've announced it to you. I don't want you to see something on TV and see people all over Cape Town doing something about the elections which you don't know about. It's a conference of Association of World Election Bodies where they share information. I suspect information like this one of where do you print your things, whether you can use your state entities to print documents. I think that's where they share it in terms of security. Thank you very much.
No, thanks very much, Minister. Fortunately, they've already invited members of the committee, and other members have confirmed attendance to that forum. But thanks for that further announcement to the meeting. Thanks, members, for the contributions, for interacting with the annual reports of the two portfolios that are under Home Affairs. And thanks the CEO with your entire executive for deliberations and for the guidance you have received from members, Minister, the DM, and the Director General and your team for interacting with the report. Minister, we must also appreciate for having considered on some of the weaknesses that members have highlighted, agreed with them, but taking commitment to work towards improving the areas of concerns, particularly at the level of the government printing works. We hold a collective work, and we think our views expressed here as members, over time, you have able to respond to them as the Home Affairs and the team. We may need to work on the clock on the issue of the turnaround time or action plan that was presented here by Government Printing Works in order to improve its governance and focus area that were identified by Auditor General. And those are the key areas that we need to pay more attention to. Progress that has been made, we must appreciate at the level of the Government Printing Works, but the executive must take notes on the concerns raised, and we're going to follow up on them. We're raising this matter, Minister of Government Printing Works, because we're almost at our end of term since we've been the sixth parliament. And the key issues that are more of interest in terms of the strategic objective resolved by your entity, the Government Printing Works, and the laws that we have been passing. We can confidently identify some of the strife and progress at the level of the Department of Home Affairs and the IEC. So this we want to also to make sure that we strongly identify ourselves to the progress or demonstration that we have contributed to the affairs of the Government Printing Works positively. We must applaud the work that has gone into the civic service in terms of the targets that they've reached, but also the areas that they've able to identify as a weakness and that needs improvement. Home Affairs must take note of the issues that they've identified by the AG for improvement. And I think some of the issues that have been highlighted. Immigration portfolio, we may need to make sure that we work so hard. We know the challenges, the weaknesses, but the strife that has been put by the department and enforcement in terms of policy position that the department will bring in. Recall that in the budget vote, the minister did indicate that we needed overall change in terms of immigration policy, and that we take that as an important move so that we're able to clamp down on the issues that members have raised. And I think that is a focal interest of Honorable Lizel and Honorable Pillay in the meantime that they've been highlighting these areas. The Border Management Authority progress, we're noting it. And I think the demonstration of the commissioners in terms of the work since the implementations, we appreciate that work. Audit outcomes, thing for the 6 years consistently, we need to appreciate the work that at least financial positions and governance have been strengthened. We note the highlights of continuous important matter of the gender-based violence that the stakeholders, the department have been also raised. And this is an area of an interest as members of parliament and society that we're able to pay more attention in priority areas in terms of the gender-based violence. The progress noting of the one-stop border post, that has been an area of focus in the main of the department. So overall, the issues that have been raised, we're quite sure that members have acknowledged progress and members have acknowledged weaknesses in terms of the strategic areas that we need to deal with. We will monitor focusedly the joint war room Director General and the Minister and the DM of the Government Printing Works. We hope that the Minister, you must enforce and able to get quarterly reports in terms of this progress and the implementation on the issues that have been raised here in the Portfolio Committee meeting. We'll take note that we may need to, in our next schedule, look on how we're going to schedule just to deal with the action plans, time frame, and implementation of where the committee has made more focus areas and where the Auditor General has identified those areas. And I think that will be our area of concern. You recall that we wanted to have a strategic session with all the departments just to deal with the action plan and the issues that the committee has had concern on. On that note, that will serve as our summary on the issues that we have been deliberating on the report that has been presented on. We'll table a report that will be deliberation for purpose of the BRRR. I will in this point invite Mr. Matonsi to outline the process that we're going to take moving forward and the announcement. I know that on Thursday, there's going to be a tabling of the electoral amendment bill, and they were as agreed in the process that we have undertaken. But I must also indicate that there was a misinformation on the public that suggests that the Minister of Home Affairs, he is objecting to the process of the bill. We must put on record that the chair had a conversation with the minister, and there is no such an articulation by the department for objecting the bill that has been presented and deliberated by the committee. I thought it's an important matter that we can't conclude the meeting without being highlighted. But I think as we deliberate, it will become more clearer in terms of where we are and the minister's position on the matter. Mr. Matonzi?
Hi, Chairperson and members. Yeah, so for the last week and this week, committees were assigned to ensure that we process the BRRR reports. So since last week on Tuesday, we're not able to meet with the department and government printing works. And then we're meeting them today. And also that by Friday, this coming Friday, which is the 21st, all committees are urged to have completed, and adopted their BRRR reports. So since we have received this today, I was suggesting members if we can have a short meeting on Friday in order to adopt the report. That's all, Chairperson, from my side.
Okay, members, there's a suggestion which I'm associated with, so that we adopt the report on Friday. The issue may be time, so that if members have already scheduled their movement, we can get a sense as to what time are we going to convene for an hour to adopt the report. Can I get, can I say, propose that we have a committee meeting at 9, but if there's an alternative time, members can contribute. Can I get a sense from that, Honorable Kanyile?
Yes, Chair. Can I propose that we start the meeting at 8 if members will be available, because my flight it's at 10 o'clock on Friday, and I may not be able to move my flights. I think just to discuss it of the flights on a Cape Town route. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Is that a proposal? Honorable Tito?
Thanks, Chair. I agree with Honorable Kanyile for 8 o'clock. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Mudisemsa. Honorable Pile. You can stand on behalf of Honorable Mudise. Okay, Honorable Mulegwa. Honorable Lizen. Honorable Lizel.
Chair, I'm fine with 8 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to unmute. No, that's fine. Thank you.
What is fine, Honorable Pile? Okay. Thanks, honorable members, for that guidance. Mr. Matons will start the meeting at 8 o'clock so that members are able to catch their, to attend to other matters outside that. Is that okay with you, Mr. Matonsi?
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay. Is that okay with you, Mr. Salmon?
On board, Chairperson.
Okay. Thank you very much, members. Thanks, Minister and your team, and the CEO and your team. Will then the committee only will meet on Friday to deliberate on the report, and the meeting stand adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.